What is my fucking camera doing? Honestly, it's shitting me. Oh, it's doing fucking autofocus. Jesus. All right, I gotta try and fix that, which I never asked it to fucking do. Focus. Why the fuck? I never fucking put that on auto. Fucking piece of shit. Okay. Now it's probably going to go completely screwy. Hey, Luke, I'm just trying to fix something on my camera. What's it doing? No, oh, let's see. Okay, that's working. That's out of focus. Out of focus. In focus. Okay, that's all right. That's all right. Less trouble than I thought it was going to be. Hello to Doing Trust Society. Yes, while this webcam is decent quality, the fucking interface for it shits me up the wall. And why it just randomly resets itself and fucks up the settings I had on it, I will never know. It's one of these things that are sent to try me. Trials and tribulations. C'est la vie. I guess I just have to put up with that. Yeah. That is a clarified coffee drink I made last night, which is pretty good on its own. And again, this is speaking as someone who doesn't like coffee. So it was an experiment to see if I could make something that I did find palatable. And I did, and it's pretty good. I was tasting it. This is just it straight. I got a little thing on. It's quite good, but 50-50 with lemonade. Very good. I'm doing well, thank you, Luke. Hope you are too. Hey, Invisible Chicken, how are you? Okay, now I've decided like that. It's interesting. Really only done this coffee drink as an experiment. And I probably won't do it again because I don't hate it, but I don't love it. So why expend so much energy on something I don't like that much? But it's good to know I can do it. And, I might do it for a specific video for my cocktail channel. But I'm not going to do it recreationally. How much coffee taste? It's got a coffee aftertaste, the bitterness, which, again, is not a terrible thing. There's a few drinks I like that have a bitter element to them. I don't like really bitter drinks. Like I can't handle Campari. But there's nothing wrong with a little bit of bitterness. It's like, yeah, it's 50-50 with lemonade is definitely better. It's got sweet, it's got kind of chocolate notes, but then the last lingering thing is that coffee bitterness, but it's not overpowering. It's there, but it's not overpowering. So, Invisible, you're not ready for your next semester of uni. How soon does that? I feel like that must mean it starts on Monday or something. If you're not ready for it, I can understand approaching that with some trepidation. Quite honestly, I mean, just generally, even if the world wasn't as goddamn weird as it is at the moment, it would still be legitimate to have some trepidation. But the world is goddamn weird at the moment. So trepidation is the least of it. So, yes. I just feel you take it one day at a time. I'll mouth a few platitudes, but I'll tell you one day at a time. You'll get there. Yes, all online. Same as my offspring are both at uni, and I'm both doing it all online. And in fact, to advance her Japanese, my daughter has actually been taking private tutoring for the last Yeah, 2 years. So she's actually really quite good. That's online at the moment too. She used to go into the city to get some face-to-face classes for advanced Japanese. Not advanced from a Japanese person's perspective, but my point being they aren't beginner classes. But it's all online now. Ah, wow, Luke, blast from the past. Saw your high school girlfriend today. Okay. Oops, mysterious figures coming into the kitchen. That's okay. That's what happens in kitchens. People want things from kitchens. Scurry away. Scurry away. It's, I suppose I could be nice to them and do this somewhere else. But then my drinks wouldn't be convenient. So, if I have to weigh other people's convenience, my convenience, I'm going to go with my convenience. Honestly, that's just the way it is. And I don't know if we're going to hear from AZ this evening. I have not heard from him at all day, and I expected to, which could mean he's out of it, or could mean he fell over and is back in hospital. Could mean any number of things. Could just mean he's sleeping. Could mean he's not well, but not in a really terrible way. Just need to take it easy, so he isn't interacting and socializing. He could be back in hospital. Actually, I think that's where he wants to be. He's not confident of looking after himself at home. But the hospital kicked him out. And he got lucky with his timing before, that when he was in hospital, there were basically no COVID cases, and he, with no immune system, needs to steer clear of potential vectors of infection, and hospitals are a big one. And now, of course, we've had those accelerating cases for the last couple of weeks, and there's lots of cases. There's lots of people in hospital, and there's more every day. And more going into intensive care every day, which is not great. Looks like we're probably going to get new cases over 100 a day for at least the next week. Hopefully it's under 200 all next week. And maybe we get really lucky. Maybe this burst of infections we've tracked is, all the infections that are running around, and the numbers of new cases goes down sharply. Hey, David, how are you doing? Luke, he would go in ambulance. If he felt, that's how he ended up there last time. Someone called an ambulance, and at first the ambulance didn't think he needed to go to hospital, and then he fell over again and just hit the ground hard. And the ambulance went, oh, maybe he does need to go to the hospital. Yes, David, 0 cases in Tasmania. Keep your fortified borders secure. Still saying New South Wales is about to just go right off. They're in the same position Victoria was in about 3 weeks ago. And they are not taking very decisive action, even though they know the specific sort of scenarios that caused these surges in cases. They're not taking actions to reduce that sort of behavior. And I just think they're gonna be in Victoria's situation in the next 2 to 4 weeks, but we'll see. Don't want them to be. I want this to just be a little blip, little warning. A few cases, we've got to be careful. See, when we weren't careful, We had a couple dozen cases, so we've got to stay being careful. We get that back down. That's what I want to happen in New South Wales. I don't really think this was going to happen, but I hope it does. Likewise, well, here I hope the cases go down. Like, it'd be much nicer if the cases were under 200 a day all next week, and we're getting back down towards 100 or getting under 100. Luke, that's not strictly accurate. Daniel Andrews does not keep threatening a level 4 lockdown. The media keep obsessively going on about, is it going to happen? What would it mean? And so he's prompted to answer their questions like, yeah, it's possible, but there isn't even a definition for level 4 lockdown or a more strict lockdown than we have now. Like I said, next week we'll tell the tale if it's under control or out of control. We'll know next week. Next week will show clearly. It would have been awesome if this week showed it, but this week was basically bad news. Not apocalyptically bad news, but bad news. If next week continues to be bad news, that's probably very bad news. But if I think the most likely scenario is we get improvement next week and then steady improvement for the following month. I think that's the most likely scenarios. It's certainly not guaranteed. There are no guarantees that it isn't going to get much worse. But I think it will come back under control in the next month or so. But we shall see. Everyone's going to panic if the numbers don't come down or worse go higher again next week. Then that's fucking trouble. That is big trouble, because this bugger, if you don't, that's when if the numbers go up next week, there will be some tightening of restrictions. No idea what else can they do? The New Zealand thing where they closed down takeaway places as well. So literally, you can only go out to the supermarket, and they're super strict on policing you leaving your house at all. There's actually limits to, shut down schools and shut down more workplaces. That would be some things. Mandate masks. They should be fucking doing that. It should be, if you are outside, you should be wearing a mask. So that's one thing that they should be mandating. All the impression I get from the briefings are it's pressure at the federal level saying don't force mask wearing. Whatever the ideology behind that is, it's not sound medical science. It's not sound epidemiology. You listen to epidemiologists when they get interviewed, and it's like, no, it should be masks. Masks should be mandated. So that's one thing, and that would be a positive, and that would not be a particular imposition compared to anything that's happening now, but potentially has a much bigger effect than any other imposition you can dream up. Mandating masks would have that's what they should do next. If the numbers don't come down, they probably should do it anyway. But if the numbers don't come down, they should definitely mandate masks and try and see if things improven from there. Because there is some considerable evidence that masks have a significant impact on the spread of the disease. I'm not willing to just forthrightly state numbers like some people do, reduces it by 75%. Because occasionally I will point out to people there is neither scientific nor statistical evidence to support exact numbers like this. You can say there is strong evidence to suggest widespread wearing of masks reduces disease spread, possibly by a big significant margin. But when people start putting numbers on it, saying, oh, 75% is 90% less, I get a bit annoyed because there is no actual rock solid scientific or statistical evidence to support a specific number like that. So I'm quite opposed to attaching specific numbers to how effective masks are. But it is accurate to say there's overwhelmingly consistent evidence and consensus among experts that widespread wearing of masks is effective in reducing disease spread. So we should be doing it. I wear one if I go to the shops now. It's not mandated, but it's the environment where you can't be sure you'll be 1.5 meters, and you definitely won't be 1.5 meters away from people. So it's the advice that you wear it, and I'm doing that. Yes, Tony, Screamin Jay Hawkins, I put a spell on you. Yes. I was quite excited when I looked up, was there anything notable about today? And it's like, Screamin Jay Hawkins' birthday. I might make like a, because he used to do all that voodoo imagery. I might make a New Orleans cocktail or two tonight just to celebrate. A zombie would be appropriate. There are, of course, lots of variants on what a zombie cocktail is. Just lots of booze is a basic one. The two sites I trust the most with cocktail recipes are the Difford's Guide. That's diffords.com. Sorry, diffordsguide.com. And liquor.com. So Diffords say a zombie is a 1 shot of pot still Jamaican rum, 1.5 shots of white or mellow yellow light rum, 2/3 of a shot of overproof rum, half a shot of falernum, teeny bit of anise or absinthe, pineapple juice, lime juice, grapefruit juice, grenadine. So it's just, it's a cavalcade. Rum, and rum. The liquor.com zombie recipe, 1.5 ounce Jamaican rum, 1.5 ounce gold Puerto Rican rum, 1 ounce of overproof rum. Yeah, same thing. Herbsaint or Pernod. I'd use absinthe. Falernum, Don's Mix, grenadine, fresh lime. Similar. They're very similar. They're basically like multiple sorts of rum. Just put all the rums you have in a single drink, and that's a zombie. And hopefully you have some overproof rum, which I do. 69. Nice. 69% alcohol. You figure with that, when they were distilling it and they were bringing the alcohol content down, maybe they were going to go further, like bring it down to 65 or something, but they did a test and they went, ooh, 69. Nice. And so we ended up with 69% alcohol rum. So yeah, actually, I'm definitely making a zombie. It was this... Me and my obsession with clarified drinks. I did make a clarified zombie once. Oh my God, it was good. Because then it doesn't even taste like booze. You do the milk clarification process and it doesn't taste like booze, which is super fucking dangerous when it has that much booze in it. It's just like, this is just cordial. I'm just going to drink it down because it's just cordial. It's fruit juice. Tastes like fruit juice. I have no idea what that voice is meant to be, by the way. That's my impression of myself, apparently, because I wasn't doing anyone else. So I don't know what to... Exactly, Lick. 69. Nice. Hey, Stella, how you doing? And Strictly Sega, jumping right in. Oh, look, you start drinking zombies, you are way drunk. It's like, the devil's drinks are things like a Long Island iced tea or the variants on that. Yes, Stella's been experimenting with the clarified cocktails too. They go down way too easy. It just takes the fucking edge off everything. And you still get some flavors and it tastes fantastic. But it's like, that doesn't even taste like booze. And it is booze. It is booze. Like in the fridge, I still have clarified daiquiri and clarified pina colada, both of which I put a sizable amount of rum in. I've been making so many rum cocktails in the last month, going through a lot of rum, so much rum. But very dangerous things. Because they're so light and they taste so good, and just like, oh, I'll just have another one. Well, why not indeed? Woo! And it's kind of like, it's one thing to make a strong drink and you can taste it's a strong drink. Like when I made the James Bond Vesper Martini with ounces, as in shots. Like his one is as 3 parts gin, 1 part vodka, and half a part aromatized wine. Some people do that in half ounces. So like 3 parts is 1.5 ounces, 1.5 shots. 1 part is half a shot, and the quarter shot of the aromatized wine. I did it full ounces. It's deadly. A martini that's 3 shots of gin and 1 shot of vodka and half a shot of this aromatized wine. Oof, you feel that one. It's not, and there's not. It's not difficult to drink. I didn't find it difficult to drink, particularly if you shake it. I did the comparison for my video because the famous James Bond line is the martini shaken, not stirred, to which all sort of hardcore martini drinkers go, "Oh, what the fuck? Why are you saying that?" Because you don't shake martinis, you stir them. There's no citrus in a martini. It's normally when you shake a drink when it's got citrus in it or something that you have to blend in. Martinis, you stir. Hello, Kirsten, how are you? But the big thing there's like 2 reasons to not shake a martini. One is it makes it less visually appealing because it gets cloudy. And if you're using clear ingredients like gin, vodka, whatever, a vermouth, like a not dark vermouth, Rosso vermouth, you get a very clear looking drink. Whereas if you shake it, it will be cloudy. The other thing that happens when you shake it is it dilutes, and hardcore martini drinkers don't want their drink diluted too much. But when I made the one with the 3 shots of gin and 1 shot of vodka, and I stirred one and shook the other and tasted them side by side, I was like, yep, it's absolutely true. You can taste the dilution in the shaken one. And when you've got a drink that's this fucking deadly, that's actually a good thing. It actually made it easier to drink. That is not a drink. I honestly hardly ever make martinis. Yeah, certainly am not going to make many fucking Vesper martinis. Blow the back of your head off, they will. They're very strong. Oh, Shrika say that brews the gin. I'll defer to Kirsten, who's far more well versed in gin than I. But that brews the gin is like, I don't know. That just sounds like absolute horseshit to me. It dilutes it, is what it does. Yes, Luke, you're right. Hardcore rum drinkers don't like it. People who do rum and coke, and I almost never do that. I have been known to, Pepsi in my case, and there is, of course, the well-known drink, the Cuba Libre, which is basically rum and coke, with a little bit of lime juice in it. like basically a squeeze of lime juice. So they've given it the fancy name, the Cuba Libre, but it's a rum and coke, basically. Squeeze of lime. Well, again, don't underestimate a squeeze of lime. I put a squeeze of lime in my Pepsi all the time. Makes it heaps better. So much better. So it does definitely change a rum and coke. Just putting a squeeze of lime in a rum and coke does elevate it somewhat, makes it that much more interesting. But yeah, this is what people say, are you snobby about anything in cocktails? It's like, yeah, I don't regard 2 ingredients as a cocktail. Like technically, people would say vodka and orange juice is a cocktail because it's got a name, the Screwdriver. You know, a Bellini is a cocktail because it's got a name and it's just peach puree and sparkling wine. You know, mimosa, orange juice and sparkling wine. It's got a name, so technically it's a cocktail. It's not. It's just mixed. That's not a cocktail. There's no subtle interplay of elements there. But then again, you know, a martini is only 2. Well, a martini can be much more than 2 ingredients, but there's a very, you know, old school martini is only 2 ingredients: the gin or vodka and vermouth. Of course, people do all their funny little things. You know, the garnish becomes part of the martini. But I'm also, I do look down my nose a bit at highball cocktails because I just feel like, A, that's cheating, and B, you don't really taste the drink because if it's a like tall drink that's either with Coke or soda or fruit juice, it just tastes like the fruit juice. Oh, Kirsten's up for no sport on tonight. Let's do it. Must not be any sport on. Paste. Luke, you'll drink vodka and OJ. Wouldn't call it a cocktail. Just, yeah. It's a drink. It's a mixed drink. It's a mixed drink. But yes, for people who ask, are you snobby about things? I get snobby about that. Kirsten, hello.
I've been on a whiskey stream for about 4 hours.
Oh, wow.
Which is fun.
Yeah.
My husband is watching sport in the bedroom.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you're not interrupted by sport tonight. Nice.
Yes.
Nice.
Anyway, so
whiskey
stream. A cocktail is 3 ingredients.
Thank you. As I say, some people argue that all those things that are just 2 things, that's a cocktail, it's got a name.
It's not. It's not.
It's a mixed drink.
That's a drink.
Yeah, it's a mixed drink.
It's a drink. The whiskey stream is just a bunch of whiskey people talking whiskey. And me, the gin girl, being like, I work in whiskey. I am not a whiskey person.
Yeah, you're a gin person.
I am a gin person.
Yeah.
But I was drinking my barrel-aged gin.
Ooh.
Because it's brown, right?
Yeah. What's the profile of that one? Because I've got some of the Tiny Bear stuff, but I don't have that one.
So this is the Gypsy Gin, which I quite like, I know. Aged in bourbon barrels.
Oh, so it takes on some color.
Does. It's quite brown.
Yeah.
For gin. And I think it's like spicy and vanilla-y and delicious. Like really, really delicious. Yeah. It's pretty good.
Nice.
Yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to argue with you that
excellent.
Well, no, I wanted to agree with you.
Yes.
3 ingredients makes a cocktail. Anything less is just a drink.
Yeah. Yeah. You wanted to argue with me in the sense you wanted to argue on my side with anyone who wanted to take the opposing view.
I don't think anyone would take an opposing view to us two.
Not in this stream. No.
Look, no, I didn't make him go to the bedroom for that. He chose to do it on his own. It was merely a suggestion.
Oh dear. Sorry, I almost snorted my drink when you said just a suggestion. Oh, dearie me. So I'm trying to plan my next week's cocktail videos rather, because this week went well. I knew way in advance what I was going to do, and I got them all done. Put up 3 videos.
I watched them all on multiple devices, so they count as separate streams.
Yes, got to make YouTube think everyone loves me. So
I'm just going to chomp on some bread because I've literally been drinking whiskey straight alcohol for 4 hours. I need some bread.
Yeah, soak it up. Soak up the whiskey. So I don't know if anyone in the stream wants to suggest something I should do this week in the video. Kind of narrowed down 2. It is Ernest Hemingway's birthday in a couple days, and he's a notable boozer. And so I might do I just did a Hemingway daiquiri today, actually.
Hemingway martini. You know what that is?
Ooh, what's that?
It's gin where you look at the vermouth bottle and then drink the gin.
Yeah, he was one of them. Yes, all the fun variants of people who want, like, either they just want a glass of gin, thank you very much, and or just the tiniest, like a wash of vermouth. That one about show it to a bottle of vermouth. Or there was someone who was famous for saying, pour the gin in the glass, wave it in the general direction of Italy, and then give
Churchill.
Me the that was Churchill, yeah. And there was the really, I mean, it was kind of funny, but I reckon you get punched in the face in a bar if you said it, from the movie Kingsman, where the guy orders, talks about whatever gin he wants in it, and goes, show it, and then just show it to a bottle of vermouth, unopened, and it's like, so you want a glass of gin? That's fine, Although if you're putting an olive in it, that makes it a...
Just ask for a glass of gin with an olive in it if that's what you want.
Yes.
Like, don't be a dick about it. I'm of that opinion.
Yeah. David, you can make rum and Coke a cocktail if you add a squeeze of lemon juice to it. Then it's a Cuba Libre. And that's 3 ingredients. So you can call it. And it does, and that's not even cheating, because even just a squeeze of lime actually really changes the character of the drink. So rum and Coke becomes a cocktail if you squeeze some juice into it. Or bitters, that's like, basically your classic, the cocktail, the old fashioned, is just a spirit with a sweetener and some bitters. And you can get a little bit fancy around the edges, as people often do. But that was the old fashioned cocktail. Oh yeah. Just cut out the middleman, get the Starward pre-packaged one. It's one of only 2 bottles I finished this year. Hello, Lee.
Hello.
How you doing?
Pretty good.
Good. Excellent. How's
finally got my
been?
Final grade for uni.
Ah, it's good.
Yeah, my GPA is like 5.16.
Excellent. I don't go to uni. I don't know what that means. But it's
that
good.
Means it's pretty high.
That's like a high distinction average.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Of course. I wouldn't believe anything less of you, Lee.
That's the power of the Aspie brain, getting in there and it's focusing on everything. So, yeah. So, it was fascinating when I actually looked up the history of the old-fashioned, because it was originally just called a cocktail. Everything else had different names: a flip, a fizz, a swizzle, and a cocktail was a spirit, sweetener, and bitters. And you could say, I want a whiskey cocktail, I want a rum cocktail, and then when all cocktails took off in the 18th century and whatnot, it got to the point where people apparently said, I want that old-fashioned cocktail, when all the new cocktails were getting invented, some people would say, I just want an old-fashioned cocktail. And then it became known as the old-fashioned. So, cocktail trivia.
Which would make it more difficult if you're like, I just want a real cocktail that tastes like a real cocktail. You're like, but which variant?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, because I was working out when I did martinis for Martini Day, I was looking at, a fairly authoritative site, and it was showing the history and all the variants and how people like different ratios and whatnot. And I said, it doesn't take much maths to work out. A martini can literally be millions of absolutely different drinks, because there are thousands of sorts of gin, there are thousands of sorts of vermouth, and you can do them all in different ratios. And each time you mix it up, it's going to change the character of the drink. Still a martini, but it's very different to another martini. So that's why anyone who obsesses and says, this is the only way it's got to be, like, no, shut up. You don't know what you're talking about.
It's definitely like schools of thought between a super dry martini and a perfect. And a perfect is a 50-50 ratio. Yeah. This is one of my very favorite gins to make a martini out of. Yeah. It is the Echuca Distillery.
Empty.
It is.
Luckily, it's your favorite, and it's empty.
Luckily, because my husband loves me, the last time we made an order from them, he got me a backup.
Oh, nice. All right.
So I know that I have a backup of this, so I'm happy to empty.
Back to my ram.
Here's what's really funny.
I got 4 chickens from 1 egg. Well, I got 4
Have a little baby one.
It's a baby one. That's cute.
Yeah. We went to Echuca specifically to go to this distillery when it first opened, and we stayed overnight because we wanted to be able to walk to the distillery. Anyway, they made me a martini with this gin, and like, amazing.
Yeah, nice.
So but I'm just drinking it straight over ice at the moment.
Ah, nice. Okay, so yes, curiosity has been piqued, Lee, because we all just heard a reference to 4 chickens from 1 egg. we want to know what that means now.
Minecraft.
It's Minecraft.
Or craft mine, or whatever.
That answers that. Makes perfect sense now. I like that. Okay.
Yeah, it's not like 2 girls, 1 cup or anything like that.
No. I would hope you
that is the second time I've heard a reference to 2 girls, 1 cup today.
Yeah.
I've seen it and I don't like it.
I've never seen it. I know I won't enjoy it.
Controversial take from Lee. I don't like 2 girls, 1 cup. Well, he's got to take the radical standpoint, Lee.
Someone in high school showed me, and I was just like, dude, why are you even showing me this?
Yeah, no, but there was, you notice how that's not really a thing anymore? It was a thing about 10 years ago, shock value photos and videos.
Yeah,
and now we just
like John Safran versus God.
Yeah. Lemon Party.
Yes, all of those things. They're from like 10 or 15 years ago. And now we just do silly memes. We've gotten over the shock side of things. And I mean, even from the very early days, oh my God, some of the infamous ones from the 90s from Usenet and whatnot, like Goatsy or whatever. And it was just like, cool. Why did someone do that? Okay.
No, strictly Sega. The universe is not telling me to watch it because
I'm not even sure how.
As previously stated, there's absolutely no reason to see that again.
I actually, to the extent I don't know how easy it is to see it because I have not tried to. The last time I tried to get it was
neither have I. I just got showed it.
Yeah,
at high school of all places.
The high school's where it always happened. There's 2 reaction videos on my channel from way back. One is a friend Corey, Mr. Safety, because he hadn't seen it. So I made him watch it and recorded his reaction. And the other one was a friend who had a Dalek costume. So he had a sketch
I don't have an empty cup, though.
We had a sketch of a Dalek reacting to watching it. And the guy in the Dalek costume, he was being like a method actor. He was actually watching it so he could get his reactions timed properly. And so it's like, they're like, Davros sent me this link. He said it was pretty gross. I'm going to check it out. And he goes, okay, there's 2 chicks and, oh no. And just
man.
Great thing with the Dalek eye stalk. He had a really good Dalek costume. And the eye stalk, like something awful, and go, oh, and then it would look away and then just come back with, oh no. And then it just finished with, humans are disgusting. You will be exterminated.
Humans are disgusting.
They really are.
That is absolute truth.
Speaking of someone who was disgusting, I remember when I met Chopper Reed as a kid. You know what he told me? Never let the truth get in the way of a good story. That got me into a lot of trouble.
Yeah. Well, he got himself into a lot of trouble, so he's not someone whose advice I would follow.
Nah.
Yeah, because he got very fanciful with his stories as well. I've never read any of his books, but he was just churning out those books at one point, and just telling some very outlandish tales, probably deliberately embellishing some stories. So if he inadvertently admitted to a crime that he'd never been caught for, and the cops went, aha, he'd go, well, it's all jokes, mate. It's all jokes. None of it's real. You don't think this bit's real, do you? No, well, that bit's not real either. So I think that's his game.
Well, I remember when I was telling my stories, and when I first met AD's just like, surely, sure.
Well, he's the master storyteller. You don't tell stories to someone who just weaves stories as second nature. I was strictly saying he's trying to cheer me up by saying it wasn't real. That was that doesn't make me feel better. Like I've had that explained before. It's like, oh no, it's not real poop. It's like they used like an enema thing and squirted some chocolate ice cream up there. I go, that doesn't make me feel better. That actually doesn't make me feel better.
It doesn't.
Luke, you talk about dark web videos. Like, yeah, it's kind of like
dark web. Yeah.
There's that old Nicolas Cage film called 8mm, where he's a private investigator who's given the job of trying to find out if a snuff film is real or fake. And in his investigations, he finds all these seedy underground things, and him and the guy who's helping him look for stuff, it's actually Joaquin Phoenix, before anyone knew who Joaquin Phoenix was, I think. And they find a video and it looks really real, and they go, oh my God, we found a real one. Like, oh my God, they totally killed her. Holy crap. And then they watched another video and the same woman was in it. And they go, oh my God, she's back. Oh, they're killing her again. Oh, wait, okay. These people are just really good at it.
Where they're like, oh, Kim Jong-un's dead. Oh, no, he's alive again.
Mm. Yeah, Kim Jong-un probably had snuff films. That's it.
Please enjoy the...
You're being cleaned up around Kirsten.
I am. Husband. A very rare appearance on the internet of husband.
Oh, well, not he's looking after things.
No, as long as the husband knows happy wife, happy life, that's good.
This husband definitely knows that saying.
That's good.
And he keeps me very happy, and he looks after me amazingly.
Oh, what a good man.
And I wouldn't function as a real human without him. So yeah. I'm self-aware enough to know that is the thing. But he's brought me a martini that we got today at a market.
Is that a pre-mixed martini?
It's a pre-mixed. They're calling it a martini, but it's rose and lychee.
Oh, okay.
Is that what it is?
Rose and lychee.
Yeah. Rose and lychee. Except I'm from South Africa and we call them lychees.
I always call them lychees as well. I know some people say lychee. That's a Y. Why wouldn't you say lychee?
I
Yeah.
know. I
And
used to say that too, and then they're like,
so
"Oh no,
good.
it's a kid. I'm from that country." And I'm like, "Okay."
It's really good. The only problem, it's made with vodka instead of gin.
Ah, okay.
Oh
Hang on,
no.
I'll fix that.
Oh, yeah, you can fix that. Easy fixed. Easy fixed. Excellent. I find lychee to be a really strong flavor. Because I've got some lychee liqueur because I had a drink at a bar once that was one of my really favorites, and it had lychee in it. So I was always trying to recreate it at home. And the first thing I learned is that lychee is a really strong flavor. I think the first time I made it, I put like a shot of this lychee liqueur in, and that was all I tasted. I was like, okay, no. And I got a pretty good approximation by cutting the lychee like right down to a quarter of a shot. And there's still a really strong lychee flavor. It's a remarkably penetrating flavor.
So earlier
It's a bit like
today,
a
I got
Satsuma.
sent to Coles by myself, and
Yeah.
I bought passion fruit pulp and light cheese in a can.
Yeah.
And my thoughts are that I'm going to strain the light cheese and use the syrup of the light cheese to make a lychee syrup, like
Yeah.
a lychee
Nice.
sugar syrup.
Yeah.
Just for
Be good
funsies.
for that. Okay, Stella
So-
likes lychee as well. Invisible Chicken saying she's never heard the lychee pronunciation. I've heard people say lychee. I just never really understood why you would pronounce it that. But it's regional. It's like depends where you live. You only have to sort of cross boundaries, and someone says castle instead of castle. That type of thing.
Ooh, I never say castle. I always say castle or photograph instead of photograph.
Photograph.
I got so weirded out by the first Australian who said castle to me because I got to my 20s before I heard someone say, an Australian say castle. And I was like, what?
What?
Yeah, I was really confused. I mean, Americans, sure. But the first time I heard an Australian, but I know, the dance thing, that's pretty widespread that there's a split on that. And Chance.
So I've been gifted some mezcal, and like lychees and mezcal are like best friends.
Yeah.
So I'm super excited to make some cocktails with that.
Ooh, okay.
Follow me on Instagram to see what I do with it.
Yeah.
Oh, epic.
Now I want to look up.
Yeah.
I'm looking up lychee mezcal cocktail and see what comes up. Because I've got lychee and mezcal. All right. So
the Margarita Mum, who's on Instagram, makes the most incredible margaritas and mezcal based cocktails. And her name's Rhonda, and she gives me life. Like, she's just incredible. Such a lovely person. And yeah.
So
Really,
Rhonda with
really. I haven't asked about Katut. She might be that Rhonda. I don't know.
I don't think so.
I do know that there is a Mr. Margarita Mum.
Oh, there you go.
There's a couple of like Mr. cocktail blogger misters. I just call mine husband.
That's fair.
Yeah, it's the gin cart and husband. And so many people refer to Robert as husband because they know who I am.
Yeah.
But they don't know what his name is, and they will call him husband to his face. And he's like, sometimes I get mad about it because I'm more than just your husband. And I'm like, nah, bitch, you're not.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Before my accident, there was this made-up tale that I was a millionaire. Like, I was promised that much money by a business partner, but never saw it.
Oh, the closest I got to that was when someone wanted to involve a mobster in a business deal, and oh my God, there were some fun conversations with that guy. he wouldn't do this business deal because he said he'd seen it before and it was a scam. And then he proceeded to tell me stories about what happened to people who tried to get us. I was like, oh, cool, this is good stuff. Just like, he's at the bottom of Port Phillip Bay, and it's just like, oh, okay. All right, my bloody stove started making its stupid noise.
Your stove makes a noise?
Well, the timer on it, there's something weird about it. I just got to hit a button. The timer on it, which works, but the clock periodically sort of resets itself and goes to 0 and then just does this low-level buzzing, which is super fucking annoying. And you have to hit the reset button to stop it. It just does it.
Oh, no. It reminds me of my fridge.
Oh, fridges. I mean, because I'm surrounded by fridges here, and just, every now and then one of the compressors kicks in and there's suddenly a really loud humming. That's why I sometimes switch them off when I make videos, which is why I always, if I'm doing it during a live stream, that's where I say to someone remind me to switch the fridges back on, because I always forget. And that would be bad if I left the fridges off for a long period of time. But, yeah. He keeps giving the stream a thumbs down. Someone who has a sexual obsession with me and is really upset that it's unrequited. That's what I'm saying. Oh, a dedicated troll, strictly saying just.
Can you tell?
No, you could. I wish you could, but no, it never tells you who did it.
And then you can tell them don't fall asleep.
Yeah.
Is it me? Is that what the problem is? I'm going to take it personally.
Or if it's me.
Yes.
Maybe.
Luke knows the type of guy talking about, like Fat Tony from The Simpsons. I don't get mad. I get stabby.
Hey, that's my line for life.
Yes, it's a good philosophy. Don't get mad.
I don't get mad. I get vindictive.
Yeah.
And you know full well that I will get vindictive and fuck your shit up.
Yeah. There's a pop band in the UK from my late 80s, I think it was. Late 80s, early 90s, called The Age of Chance. And they had a track I quite liked called Don't Get Mad, Get Even. And it's just like, yeah, it's just remember their names, as they say.
Yeah, whenever I get aggressive, I'm always passive aggressive.
Much tonight, seriously, I've gone through almost 2 full balls of wool.
That's mad.
So the whiskey stream was very productive for your rug making.
Amazingly productive.
Cool.
So yeah, let's see if I can go through a full second ball today.
Yeah, cool. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Strictly Sega. Ivanka Trump said, don't get mad, get everything.
Ivanka Trump was robbed.
Sorry, was it?
She didn't get enough. She was robbed because he had enough money to continue running as for presidency.
Yeah, but yes, I do think his former wives got a decent bank balance out of the horror of being with him for however long they were with him. I know it's just the worst thing to imagine.
I understand the concept of having sex for money, but that's a bit too much.
Yeah, I wouldn't exactly think anyone would really, in their right mind, go there.
Well, money is
it's
a powerful
straight
thing.
out, Lee.
Yeah.
They're having sex for money.
Yeah, it's a transactional.
Oh, yeah.
It's a transactional thing. It's as simple as that. And okay. And it's not, physical appearance. So what? It's that he's a reprehensible person that I really can't come at. I can't imagine any interaction with him being remotely satisfying. It's just a repulsive.
Melania's face tells the best of stories. She is clearly very, very, very sad.
Yeah. Yeah, she. But
tell the story.
Yeah. The funniest thing is neither of them wanted him to win the presidency. Trump never wanted to win. It was just a promotional thing for him. The pictures of them on the election night, quote unquote, victory party, I have never seen two people look more depressed when they have just, won the biggest prize imaginable. They both looked so sullen. Like they just couldn't believe it had happened. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
They're like, how are you people that dumb?
Yeah, it is very, very hard to understand. But yes, I just rule it that nice things don't happen anymore. So
no,
bad things happen.
Bad things happen, and we are unsurprised.
Yeah, you just embrace the worst, and then if something slightly less bad than the worst happens, you go, "Oh, that wasn't as bad as I was expecting."
That's fun.
Yeah, that's okay.
I mean, my final grade of my subject being a distinction, I mean, I'm pretty happy with that.
Yeah, well, but that's not a random.
For my marks today.
Yeah, that was the thing you worked for. That's not a random thing. I'm thinking about events
You obviously worked quite hard for that. I, on the other hand, am firmly of the P's get degrees camp.
I think I was.
I was aiming for a pass, and if I got anything better than that, I was genuinely surprised and excited.
Yeah, it was a completely different grading system when I was in New South Wales back in the deep dark past when I did my tertiary education. It was like ABC. I think I was B plus average. So it's like, yeah, that's cool. That's good. Yeah, B plus. That's good.
I recently signed up to do yet another postgraduate degree because I'm a bit bored. And I had to look up what my previous GPA was. And yeah, it's quite obvious that I was going for a P's get degrees kind of qualification. I had a course average of 3.2.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It's good enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For what I do, it's fine.
Well,
yeah.
Take it from a guy who didn't know what a satsuma was until he watched Doctor Who.
I didn't know what a satsuma was until my best friend worked for the body shop. So
that's an English thing. We don't talk about satsumas. They hold it and you go, that's an orange. What are you talking about? But it's genetically different to an orange, but it just looks like an orange. Yeah. But that's an English thing. That was the big thing, a satsuma at Christmas. It was weird.
Yeah, no. One of my best friends at university worked at the body shop, and they had a lot of satsuma products.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh.
Please don't get you the ability to do honors. I wasn't aiming for honors. Sorry, invisible chicken. Sorry, Kelly.
Yeah. Well, that's okay. You get what you want out of these things. So just thinking that I think there was.
Well, considering that I was 15 years younger than everyone in my course when I did my bachelor's,
right.
I was always going to get what I wanted because I was 15 years younger than everybody and I could use a computer.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Like when I was 7 and I was introduced to Mensa, that was just okay, wow.
Yeah.
All I got introduced to was people who were completely and utterly up themselves.
Yeah, that's actually just a scam to take money off people who want to get told they're smart. It's about the membership
fees. Yeah, I want
fees.
my money back.
Yeah, it's just about the membership fees.
Yeah, so for me, well, I was in my very early 20s, being the boss of people who were in their 50s and 60s.
Yeah.
And that was a really, really uncomfortable situation because nothing about my degree prepared me to be the boss of people who were in their 60s at 23. And that's probably why I didn't stay as a librarian, because fuck that shit. It was boring.
Yeah. Degrees rarely give you life skills. They're very, the study is very useful for learning things and whatnot, but
my degree in library science makes me an absolutely amazing logistician. So, I work in logistics now.
Right.
And I'm finally committing to actually learning logistics theory.
Oh, okay.
But 90% of what I do is just systems administration crossed with library science.
Yeah.
I find that studying a university degree gives you a better ability to do better critical thinking of things and learn where you get your facts from.
A good degree certainly teaches you critical thinking, yes.
I think that I have the ability to out-of-the-box think based on my degree, because I'm not a logistician first. I didn't do a logistics degree. I did a library degree that I was like, I'm sick of working with 60-year-old women. I would rather work with 60-year-old men. Mostly because my brand of particularly rough charm works best on 60-year-old men.
Yeah. That's fair.
And because I'm self-aware enough to understand that my brand works best on old men, I was like, I'm bored of these old women. I think I'm going to work with men now. And how do I turn what I did at uni into what I do in the real life? But it was the most shocking and mind-blowing thing when the TAFE that I worked at was like, you're going to have to reapply for your job. And I was like, no, thank you. And they were like, what do you mean you're not going to reapply for your job? It's a secure government job. And I was like, I would rather shoot myself in the face than get to level 1400 at Farmville. Because in the last 2 years, I got to level 700 on Farmville because I'm that bold.
Yeah, that reminds me of when I was working at IINet. They're just like, what, you don't want to work for us anymore? I'm like, no. Because I moved to Melbourne from Perth at that time, and they were like, oh, you're doing it the way that Perth do it. I'm like, yeah, it's the headquarters, guys.
Yeah.
And
my brother worked for IINet for many, many years.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, because I've been contracting, so I change, quite regularly, once or twice a year. I change who I'm working for. I know the current one, I've been there 6 months. I might be there. We're negotiating at the moment. I might be there another 12 months. We'll see. The whole COVID thing has made things very weird when you're trying to negotiate the future. But it's not impossible. I could actually see myself, if I stayed there for a long time and someone said, do you want to work here permanently? I might actually say yes. But we'll see. If I stay there, for the next year, then I'll really know if I want to stay there any longer. But it's certainly better than the last couple places I worked at. So pretty happy at the moment.
I'm pretty happy where I am at, but I regularly get offers to go elsewhere.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
it's fun.
So they got to keep you happy. So because
so female in logistics is a particular subset of people that they want to recruit.
Right.
And female alternative bullshit in logistics is a particular brand. And I'm probably the poster child for that.
Nice.
So brands who really want to like up their game are like, yes, we'll take her. And I'm like, I'm not for sale.
Yeah.
Or I might be for sale, but you can't afford me.
You can't afford you.
Which is
good.
actually a fun way to be. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna do my masters and then be that girl. Like,
Yeah. That sounds good.
because I can add another 20K to my money price.
That's
Like, can you afford me? This is the price that you have to pay for this.
Yeah. For all this. Yeah.
I'm super excited to be at the point of my career where the fact that like half my hair is bright pink doesn't put people off.
That is good. That is good.
And so like my husband's like, oh, are you going to cut your hair if you're looking for a job? And I'm like, no, because if they're not going to employ me with bright pink hair, I don't want to work with them.
Yeah, good call. Good call.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I remember when my psychiatrist said to me, he's a very matter-of-factly kind of guy. Like, if he flat out thinks you're not going to amount to anything, he will tell you. He said to me, it's not a matter of if you become wealthy, Lee, it's a matter of when. I'm thinking, whoa, thanks, doctor.
That's all fine.
That's a good thing.
It is.
The problem is that I don't enjoy being managed, so I never want to be anybody's manager. So I turn down opportunities to be management because fuck that shit. I don't want to do the paperwork.
Yeah.
I do.
Ideally, I would like to be left alone to not have to answer to anybody. Unfortunately, everybody wants some sort of paperwork, and I'm like, I won't do it. Oh, let's have a weekly one-on-one. I'm like, I refuse.
That reminds me of the doctor from Doctor Who. Doesn't really want to answer to anybody.
Yeah, that's it, Kirsten. You're Doctor Who. You're just roaming around solving things.
Oh, look, I am the solver of all the problems.
Yeah.
But it really does grind my gears when I have to say the thing and then get a man to repeat it for it to be taken seriously. Oof. Because that really grinds my gears. And then when I'm rolling my eyes very loudly and everyone's like, why are you so mad? It's like, I said that 6 weeks ago. Fucking listen to me the first time.
Oh, dear.
Oh, yeah. It's like what I'm like when I'm managing things. I'm just like, I told you like months ago that this was the solution. And they're like, but how did you know that? I'm like, I find the solution before you realize there's a problem.
Yeah.
I mean, I take that from Steve.
One of the people that I work with was like, you're asking a question that you already know the answer to. You just want to make sure that I understand what you're getting at. And I was like, oh, very perceptive of you.
Yeah.
And that was the first time I got called out as being smarter than everybody else in the room.
Well, you got to, lead them sometimes.
Yeah, and one interesting fact is you don't have to have a high IQ to be intelligent. A high IQ just means you're really good at IQ tests.
Basically, yes. And
I once worked with guys who had left high school at like year 9 and gotten a trade, and they were fixing radiators as a living.
Yeah.
And my boss went on leave and left me in charge, which freaked me out. Because here I am, I've been in the role for like 10 weeks, like just got there. And they're like looking to me for leadership. And I'm like, I can't do what you do. Like, I trust that you're going to do the thing that you do to make me look good. And they were like, what do you mean? And I was like, well, I have no mechanical aptitude. Like, it's that theory of different intelligences. So I have no mechanical aptitude, but I can use a computer and I can talk on the phone. And those are my aptitudes. But you fix things. You take a thing that is in pieces, broken, and leaking water, and make it into a thing that isn't leaking water.
Yeah.
And is a thing of beauty. And like the fact that I acknowledged these people had a different intelligence to me, and yes, I can talk on the phone and I can use a computer and I talk a good game, but I couldn't do what they could do was mind-blowing. And I was like, obviously it's just a different intelligence stream because I've got none of that mechanical aptitude. And when my car broke down, the first person I ever called was my very favorite mechanic, like radiator technician, because he knew how to fix my shit.
Yeah.
And I ring him still to this day, and I haven't worked with him for 10 years. I'm like, this mechanic has told me that I need to fix this, this, and this in my car. And he's like, the first two are bullshit, but pay for the second, pay for the third one.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good person to have on your side. And yes, actually being able to
on the other hand, like, he was trying to fight for custody of his kids, and he came to me and he's like, can you write this letter for me? I was like, fuck yeah, of course you can. Of course I will. And, 10 years later, he still advises me on how to fix my car, even though I live in a different state.
Oh, but that's a good contact to have, no doubt.
100%. Mostly because no one can bullshit me about a radiator ever again.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, and mechanics are known for that, really. Someone they think
you find a good mechanic and you're set for life.
Yes. The line I heard it say, most mechanics will pull a Swifty on you the first time you go to them, but if you go back, if they're a good mechanic, they'll go, oh, they've come back. Okay, I won't do any unnecessary extras this time.
The first time that I went to a mechanic in Victoria, having had a relationship with the wife of my previous mechanic, so obviously he wasn't going to fool me.
Yeah.
I went to a mechanic and he's like, your car is shit. Sell it and buy a better one. And then bring that car back to me. I was like, okay, cool. I like you, mechanic.
Good advice. Good advice. Actually, I like Stella's take. Fuck being a manager. Who wants to deal with that? It's kind of like...
I want to be on the management team. I never want to be anyone's manager.
Yeah.
I am absolutely happy to give people direction.
Yeah.
And I think that I'm fair and equitable in how I treat people. But I never want to do performance reviews, mostly because I vehemently hate them happening to me.
Yeah.
In a previous workplace, performance reviews and management techniques caused me quite a lot of anxiety. So now I'm just like, I don't want to be anyone's manager. The problem is that if I want to advance, I need to be someone's manager. And I was just like, I don't want to do this.
Yeah. Yeah. One of the joys of being a contractor, not having to do performance reviews, because you're not part of that system when you're contracting. So it's like, yay, because they are such bullshit. It's just like,
I can't stand them. I'm just uninterested in it. If I can't do my job, let me go. Let me go fuck shit up somewhere else. Oh, you can't live without me? Fuck you.
yeah.
Don't review me? So, yeah.
Yeah. Lee's cat just came in to say hello.
Hello, kitty.
Yeah, her name's Yuki.
Yuki. Nice.
Yuki.
Yeah. That's because in my role, I'm a business analyst, and I've been doing it for like 20 years, and no one does it for 20 years. They do it for a few years, up to 5 years, and then they go into project management. And I'm going, I don't want to be a project manager. Like, I could earn 20 to 50% more as a project manager. Yeah, and then I'd just be doing schedules and budgets and timelines, and it's like, oh, fuck.
And meetings on meetings.
Yeah.
Like, I've designed my life so that I have 2 days of my 5-day week where all I do is meetings. And like, husband gets to enjoy me being on a meeting for 9 hours of the day. He's just like, how do you fucking do it? It's like, well, yeah, I'm part of the management team. But it's exhausting. Like, after 9 hours of management bullshit.
Yeah.
And yes, Luke, I will tell people where to go. Usually, go the fuck away from me.
Yes. Yeah. 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 The fuck over there.
Go the fuck away from me is my favorite part of not being anyone's manager.
Stella's saying, yeah, that's the pet hate. Performance reviews are bad enough, but those systems where they empower you to write your own performance review.
I am uninterested in that, and I just write NA across the whole thing, and they're like, you don't want to review your own performance? And I'm like, I'm fine, go away.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, wow, that reminds me of John Lennon. He was a bit of a recluse himself.
Yeah. I think he was into telling people to fuck off.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah. But, oh, God, it's like the last time I was in...
I think the hack is to be the only one who does what you do.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And then you're like, can you do what I do?
Yeah.
Because I do what I do. And if I don't do what I do, nothing that you want happens. So how about you fuck off and leave me alone?
Yeah. You just reminded me, I read some really funny stories. I've read a couple of variations. People working in some big American conglomerate, like stuff that has offices in 20 cities in the US, like right across continental US. And they're in like middle management. They're not nobody, but they're not particularly important. And then in a company restructure, their whole team gets made redundant. And so they sit waiting to get reassigned, and it never happens. And they end up not getting paid, but not having a job. Like, they're not reporting to anyone, and they don't have anyone reporting to them.
There are a ton of people who work in government who do that exact thing. And that's Australian.
Yeah. But this guy's, it's just this great story of him essentially hiding in an office, wondering how long this was going to go on. And occasionally someone would talk to him. And he became known. He made a couple of powerful friends. He helped them with problems. And then someone else tried to snipe him because they thought he was after their job because he solved something that they couldn't solve. And he just went, dude, I don't even want my, and he was legitimate because I don't even want my name on it. I was just trying to help. I'm not joking. Don't put my name on the report. Put your name on the report. It was just to help. I don't want credit. And what he went is, I don't want anyone to notice I'm here. And so he had powerful friends. So like one day, someone from HR seemed to have twigged that he didn't have a job, and they're starting to send him emails asking him pointed questions. And then this high up manager who he'd helped with something said, "Oh, how you going, mate? What's going on?" You know, and he goes, "Oh, there's this person from HR who's just screwing with me. I don't know if you can do something about that." He goes, "Oh, don't let anyone screw with my friends." And it was like, he never got another email from HR. And my other favorite bit, he said at one point, he ended up on the phone. So like this guy, he's in Houston, and he ends up on the phone with someone in Florida. And somehow the conversation something twigged with him in the conversation. and he's just dropping hints like, so where I work, I don't have anyone reporting to me. This guy's going, I don't have anyone reporting to me. I don't really report to anyone either. And he goes, I don't really report to anyone either. It's like, how long's that been going on? Oh, since the reshuffle 18 months ago? Me too. Cool. Have a good day. And so there's all these like loose people in this huge conglomerate organization that have ended up getting paid, but not actually. And they just rock up, you know, they rock up and log into systems and read books and go home and they get paid. And it's just like, cool.
That's like working for the public service. Like, genuinely, yeah. I've met some really like intelligent, creative, incredible people who are like, I'm so bored, and you're like, just get another degree because you can do your study at work.
Yeah. Well, see, because I'm contracting to public service, and it's going really well because I'm a contractor. I'm like Mr. Results guy. They're like, oh, we need this, and I'm like taka and go, that's it. And someone goes, oh, I don't think that'll work. Well, let's talk it through. And someone who everyone hates because they're really argumentative is like, dude, I've seen this 50 times in my life. You're nothing new. I'll let you run out of steam and then make you think you've won, and then you'll shut the fuck up. And everyone's going like, oh, how'd you do that? And I said, I just never argued with him. No matter, and he said some stupid and belligerent and rude things to me, and I never took the bait. I just never took the bait. And just went, cool, and just made him think he was getting his way all the time, but was basically showing him, no, the thing you said you can't do, this is how you do it. And
that's how you be the narcissist at their game is you don't play their game, you just go, okay, whatever.
Yeah. But yeah, and you know, so I'm like Mr. Results, and I've had this before. I've worked in local government, in state government, in federal government, and it's just like, oh, you like, gee, we give you something to do and it gets done. And I'm going, I'm a contractor. That's what I do. You point me in a direction and wind me up and set me off, and that's what I do. I don't have to do all the weird shit with internal politics and whatnot.
You don't have to worry about the politics.
Yeah.
I remember taking literally 45-minute tea breaks because I was so bored I had nothing better to do.
Yeah.
The thing that so I was on a maternity leave contract when I worked for the government. And they were like, oh, so this is the thing that you need to do. And I was like, how does this person spend 4 days a week doing this one thing? Because, fuck, I can do that in 45 minutes. So I automated it because macros are a thing.
Yes.
And then, yeah, I made friends with the administration girl, and I used to go down there with a folder with blank pieces of paper in it, and I would hand it to her, and 45 minutes later, she would bring it back to me. And we did that for a year.
Awesome.
And after a year, and they were like, oh, you're going to need to reapply for your job. I was like, I think not. I would rather not.
Yeah.
How about no? And they were so shocked that I was that bored that I didn't want to reapply for my sad government job.
Yeah, it reminds me of my old job with that guy who was with those two guys running. That was actually a Ponzi scheme. And they're like, oh, please reapply. I'm like, no, guys, you're going to jail. But one of them in the country.
Yeah. I have worked out this is a criminal enterprise. I'm not doing that.
Exactly. And they tried to get me to sign something saying I was the chief operating officer, and I'm like, no.
Oh.
No.
God, that sounds like The Simpsons with Mr. Burns saying the plant is actually owned by, when it says CM Burns, that's not Monty Burns, that's Canary M. Burns. It's a canary that's in a cage. And Homer ends up being the head of the company because the head of the company is going to go to jail. You're on to another roll. Oh, hi, Annette, by the way, who is full of Brandy Alexander.
I love a Brandy Alexander. Cream and brandy. Happy days.
All right, I better go and help prepare for dinner. All right.
Ooh,
I do love all of you as family, so peace and love.
So we assume you're making food for us, Lee. Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
I would like to be fed, please.
Yeah.
Actually, husband fed me earlier. He brought my food to me. I held my hands like this, and suddenly a bowl appeared upon my hands.
I made burritos tonight, so that was not bad.
We had a stew.
Oh, nice.
With the fresh bread. So one of the pubs really close to our house is doing like a market kind of thing with their suppliers. And yeah, we went to that this morning.
Cool. Fresh bread is good. I was still saying she actually worked for government but couldn't avoid the politics. Yeah. And then you got shit for doing too much work there. Yeah.
People who are like, you're doing too much. And you're just like, I am literally doing the bare fucking minimum.
Yeah.
So I was there. I was there to introduce RFID, like barcoding to a library system.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, the bare fucking minimum. And people were like, oh, you're working too hard. You're working too fast. You're working above your pay grade. And I was like, first of all, fuck you.
Yeah.
And second of all, how have you been doing this for 23 years?
Yeah.
Because I'm bored.
Oh, I get mortified when I see things about, long service milestones. And sometimes it's literally 30 or 40 years. And I'm just like, what the fuck?
You know what's really funny? Like my boss's boss failed upwards. Yeah. At which point I was like, ew, gross. How did you fail upwards? And then I went to a barbecue at my auntie's house and she's like, oh, you might know this person. He used to be your boss's boss. And I was like, ew. I was in a social setting and I didn't have, he wasn't my boss's boss at that point. I had moved on and I was like, whatever. And I got a bit drunk and then I told this person that I felt it was absolutely like depressing. And one of the reasons why I chose to leave the public service is because he had failed upwards.
Oof.
And apparently I was the first person who had ever said this shit to him.
Yeah. I've been said, because I'm often like a problem solver and whatnot. In the past, I've been put on things where something's stalled for an extended period and they go, can you help with that? And I just go in and go, okay, I have questions. It's this, and this. And someone goes, and they go, what about this? This is literally the first thing you should have done. Oh, but fine. That's what none of that's going to work until we do this. And I just go, like, I never blame people. I just say, this is what we need to do. That won't work.
The problem was that I was 24 and not good at regulating my face, but also my mouth.
Yeah.
I'm better at regulating my mouth these days than I am at regulating my face.
Yeah. Oh, do you ever? I often get the thing where I'm mildly paranoid, where I'm going, "What's my face doing? What's my face doing? Am I looking at this person with contempt? I hope not. I'm feeling contempt, but I shouldn't look at them with contempt." And I get really conscious. Oh well, I don't know what my face looks like, and I'm going, "Oh, I hope my face looks neutral." Because I don't feel neutral. I feel like this person's a goddamn idiot. And
the problem is that my mouth usually gives me away because I will call them a goddamn idiot. I'm really not meant to be in management. Like, I am that self-aware that I understand that I'm not supposed to be in management because I never want to lose the ability to call someone a fucking dickhead.
Yeah.
Because I never want to lose the ability to call someone a fucking dickhead. If you're a fucking dickhead, I'm going to call you a dickhead. That's part of my particular brand of charm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't mince words.
Yeah.
And then when people are like, oh, what are your weaknesses? It's like, I do not suffer fools. And if you think that I'm going to suffer a fool, you're wrong.
Yeah.
Oh, like, no, that is my weakness. I will not suffer fools.
Hmm.
And I will tell you that you're a fool, possibly to your face. Just be aware that that's a thing.
Yeah. Yeah. I usually couch that as in, well, I think the concept of strengths and weaknesses is perspective, and some people will see a particular trait as a strength and someone else will see it as weakness. Personally, I don't play politics. Some people would say that's a weakness because I'm not playing the games to appease people. It's my really circumspect way of saying, oh, if someone's a dickhead, I'm going to actually point out that they're a dickhead. It's just, so much.
I'm not meant to be corporate. I'm genuinely not. I should genuinely drive a forklift for a living. I have a forklift license. I'm never fucking driving a forklift. And if you think that I will, I won't.
But you have the license.
Yeah. I got my license in 2015. It expires in September 2020. And the day that I last drove a forklift was in 2015. It was the day that I qualified for my license.
Are you going to extend it, or it's just like, no, I did that, I'm not doing that anymore?
Of course I'm going to extend it, because a logistics manager without a forklift license seems to be a bit of a pointless person. But I'm never going to drive a forklift for you.
But you've got.
I'm going to point at the forklift and suggest that somebody else drives it.
Yeah, yeah. I know exactly how someone else should be driving that forklift. So when they say they can't do a thing, I know when they're telling the truth.
Yeah, that's my thing.
That's fair.
I can do it, I just won't, and that's the difference. Just because I can doesn't mean I have to. So
that's actually a really good point. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you have to.
It's really, really funny, because I've had several situations recently where it's like, oh, we're going to do this thing. And I'm like, oh, that's cute. It's not going to work. They're like, no, it's going to work. And I'm like, I've done this 3 times before. It's not going to work. Go wrong. Okay, cool. Let me wait. I'm 5 minutes later, they're like, it's not working. I'm like, I fucking told you. It won't work. We need to do it this way.
Yeah. Ooh.
And if they drive it wrong, you can call them a fucking dickhead. I call people fucking dickhead all the time, which is why I can't be management.
But that's quite handy in forklift driving zones, to not mince words and just be able to go, what are you doing, you fucking dickhead?
Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm looking for I'm thinking of making because today is Screamin Jay Hawkins's birthday. Well, he's been dead for ages, but it would be his birthday if he wasn't dead. And he famously had this whole stage show where he was like a witch doctor doing a thing. His most famous song was called "I Put a Spell on You," and he was always like, scolding. Yeah, and so it was very sort of New Orleans Cajun zombie theme. So I want to make a cocktail in his honor. I'm just looking at sort of a drink with an. I hardly ever make drinks with egg yolk, often with egg white.
So this rose lychee martini is pretty delicious.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
That's good. Maybe I could make one of my own. I've got gin and vermouth and lychee. I just make one
what
to be.
What gin would you use, Angry?
What gin should I use, Kirsten? I've got the 3 Tiny Bear ones. I've got.
Have you not finished those already?
I don't drink that much gin.
Here is my Tiny Bear collection, Gypsy.
Yeah.
It's this full.
Yeah.
I have an experimental called Bear Girls. It's really good. Yeah. This is my favorite label of theirs. Look at it.
Oh, that's cute. What's that one?
It's the experimental series.
Oh, I was about to say, that's making me think of like Einstein or something, and that would make sense. It's the experimental one.
Here's my sailor.
Yes. Maybe I should make it.
I have not opened it yet.
Yeah. Maybe I should make one with the sailor.
And I've got a barrel-aged sailor.
Ooh. So that's like Navy strength and barrel-aged. Damn. Oh.
And barrel-aged gypsy.
Ah. Wow.
Doctor, unopened. That's our backup bottle.
Backup bottle. Maybe I should make a Navy martini. Use the sailor.
Here's an experimental called Dave's Gin.
Ah.
There's kumquats in it.
Ooh.
Ooh. And then the Christmas series. So there's summer.
Yeah. Australian summer.
That's whiskey.
Ooh. Yeah, so I just went with 95 dineros for the barrel-aged sailor. And a Christmas pudding one.
Christmas pudding.
Yeah.
Look at him. He's wearing a Christmas jumper.
It's got an ugly Christmas sweater on.
And there's another one as part of that series called the gingerbread.
Yes.
Find it.
That's right.
This is the newest thing in my collection.
Ooh. Do share. Ooh, what is that? Oh, it's the Unicello. Right. Yeah.
Unicello.
Yes. I was really tempted. They had the thing. Was that from the make your own kit or the premium?
No, I bought it. I bought that one from the vintage sellers.
Okay. They were selling one on their website. It was like all the components to make your own limoncello. So they had a grain spirit that was really quite high proof and lemons and other things to make your own limoncello at home, which was a cute idea.
Yeah, I love it. Now I have a desk full of gin.
Now you brought all the gin.
Now I have some pre-batch martinis.
Yes.
And this one, which is the hot buttered gin.
Ah, yep.
And my favorite cocktail, which is the Mr. Banks.
Mr. Banks.
So it's got a cherry in it.
Yeah.
These are from my friends at Patient Wolf Distillery. So when you next buy gin,
yes,
go to Patient Wolf.
Patient Wolf.
I love them. Like,
Okay.
they make my heart flutter.
Oh, yeah, because I had been meaning, because I've only got the little sample bottles, though I probably need to get a big bottle. I just haven't got around to it yet.
Yeah. Patient Wolf. They're my closest distillery in terms of like distance from my house.
Oh, okay.
But I also really love them. Like Matt and Dave, who founded the distillery, are like geniuses. Dave particularly does amazing things with flavor, and it's really cute. And we go there and we buy vermouth. So they sell small bottles of Maiden Eye vermouth. 375s of Maiden Eye, which is the perfect amount of vermouth.
Yep, that makes sense.
Because if you get 750, you're like drowning in vermouth, and you're like, what do I do with all this vermouth? But
yes, I have a few vermouths in the fridge because I got 750ml bottles. Yeah.
So what I really enjoy is buying the 375s.
Ooh.
This gets stuff organized.
Yeah.
That's what I've been drinking all night. You know what I want to drink.
So what's? So I'm looking at their Mr. Banks. What's in it? It's gin, muscat, bitters, and a cherry. Oh yeah. Okay. Ooh, wild Brumby.
So this is a liqueur.
Yeah.
And liqueur schnapps. And it's so good. It really, really like elevates Negroni.
Cool.
We got that one.
Yeah. I'm still not down with Negronis because the Campari.
Campari sucks. Just move on from Campari.
But yeah, okay. So I don't have Campari. I don't use Campari. But I have Ocar Amaro. That's too bitter for if I do the full strength. What's that one? Oh, that's the Imbroglio one. Yes. That's a good Amaro.
This one?
Yeah.
Or this one.
Okay, another or autonomy. Okay.
This shit.
Yeah.
$49 for this bottle. Yeah, it's 500 mils, but it's 30% ABV. And like seriously, so good.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind having a really strong bitter thing. I'll just use rather than use a recommended measure. If it's too bitter for me, I'll use a smaller measure and balance it out with something else. So someone who's hardcore into their Negronis is going to think anything I make is really wussy because I don't like to go hard on the bitter.
Seriously, genuinely, 20 mils of any Australian bitter is fine.
I know I probably do even less than that. Like that's...
So this...
The experimenter again.
This is not quite whiskey.
Ooh, okay. So it's like not aged enough to be called whiskey or something?
Yep.
Moonshine.
There were only 39 bottles of this made, and I have one of them.
Nice. That's I think that qualifies as moonshine at that point.
At 6 months, it's still NMS.
Yeah.
Safa, I'm not an alcohol magician. I'm helping small business.
Yes. Promoting and supporting small business. That's what it's all about.
What I do.
Well, okay, if I'm going to make a martini, what have I got? I've got the 3 Tiny Bears. I've got the Applewood gin. And in fact, that's probably what I've got at the moment. Which one should I make it with? I was thinking doing a navy strength one. Applewood. Make it with applewood. Okay.
Oh, I was just saying. I also have.
Yeah, I have that
Applewood
size.
gin.
That's the size one I have.
I know it's going down really fast.
Yeah. There's not actually that much.
I think I'm gonna have to buy it. So I think I want a Kwandong, which is their release,
The new one.
and I think I also need to have a navy gin. So
Yeah.
several of the bloggers who I really respect are like, "Oh my god, this navy gin, it's everything."
Yep.
And I prefer my martinis made with navy gin
Yeah.
because I'm an alcoholic now. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll make one with navy then. Hang on, I just got to grab my mixing glass. It's over here, I think. Or is it? Or did I actually? Oh, I actually put it away. Wow, I'm good. I actually put my stuff away today. So,
What?
I know. I cleaned it and I put it away. So I got to get some ice. Oh, I want to do this thing the cool kids do and try and crack some ice into it. I always make such a hideous mess when I do that.
Everybody does. I wouldn't bother.
No, I've got to. I've got to be a cocktail wanker and crack ice into my mixer.
Literally, even the cocktail wankers are self-aware enough to know that they're cocktail wankers.
Yeah.
The only people who aren't self-aware enough to know that they're like complete wankers are the whiskey and watch guys.
I can see that. Wow, that is the least mess I've ever made cracking a cube of ice. That was actually pretty good. Oh, I did get my jigger though. All right. I'm not one of these wild free-pouring.
A martini.
Yeah, I'm going to make a martini.
What vermouth do you have?
I have a few. I've only one white vermouth, the Regal Rogue.
Yeah, that's the vermouth you should use.
Yeah, that's the one I was going to use. All right. Martini glass. My martini glass. All right, martini glass. I'm going to put some lychee in this. I think the doctor. Where's the sailor? There's the sailor. Right, sailor. Regal Road. Regal Road write good copy on their bottles as well. They're very fast.
They really do.
Yeah. Where's my lychee? I'm just going to put.
I'm not going to open that.
So, all right, got the sailor's almost gone. There's just a tiny bit. Oh, that's an interesting one. Tatarang Springs.
From Western Australia, 50% ABV, so it's not quite a navy strength, but I think I'm going to drink tonight.
Overproof. Yeah. All right, that's actually okay. I definitely have to get some new navy strength. That's the end of the tiny bear. Just enough for this martini.
Next, I want you to try Imbued Distillery.
Which one?
Imbued. So
Imbued. Oh, okay. I think it's cork to come out. What's going on here? Stella reckons a lot of wine wankers don't realise what wankers they are either.
No, wine wankers don't know that they're wankers. So Imbued only do 100 ml. Yeah, coffee wankers are pretty bad. Imbued only do 100 ml gift pack. So you can get their 2 main gins and their 2 main liqueurs, which are all seasons, which is a pretty good sub for Drambuie.
Oh, okay.
And my personal favorite, which is the Elixir, which is a pretty good substitute for all things into a hot toddy.
Ah. Hey, Laura, how are you? We're just talking alcohol. It'd be a real shame if you're covering alcoholic walks.
It would be pretty bad.
We're a bad influence on that front. Where's my strainer?
Stella, husband and I were talking about the fact that there's kind of like 3 types of wine drinkers in this current market. There's the wine wankers, like the people who are like, oh, if it's not the fucking blah 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 from blah blah blah, it's no good, guys. And then there's the hipsters who are taken in by the marketing on bottles. And then there's the people who want to pay no more than for their wine.
Yeah. Oh my God.
It is 9:50 on a Saturday. Why are people doing work?
Who's working?
Well, I'm on my work laptop.
Oh, okay. So you can see that.
Someone from work has just sent like email that requires, thought and response.
Right.
It's 9:50 on Saturday. Fuck off. I am not responding to you until 9 a.m. tomorrow, Monday.
That's fair. Gin liqueur. Oh, yeah. So I'm looking at...
Are you looking at the Imbue site?
Yeah. 2 gins and 2 liqueurs in their gift pack.
Mick and Mel are like truly angels. Like angels. I fucking love them. They're just the nicest people.
Well, that's good to know. I love hearing good things about, other people in the industry. Having been in so many ones where there's just like, no, they suck. There's
like 3 people in the alcohol industry who suck. Yeah, maybe 4. But like genuinely, everybody else is like totally down to help out and give direction and
which is one of the aspects of the Applewood live streams I've really enjoyed. The fact that it's, actually competitors who are going on and they're just sharing and being positive and,
The Australian booze scene is genuinely really kind, really nice. Like everybody's super excited for everybody else. There's not that sort of like one-upmanship or tall poppy or any of that.
Yeah. Which is good because so many industries are freaking rife with that. But
that's it.
Laura.
Are there people who only use straws? Yes, I've met a bunch of people who have had their teeth whitened that only use straws. And generally those people now carry their own straw with them. And
it's a big thing on the YouTube channels. Anyone who gets successful in their cocktail channels, they seem to end up doing a merchandising deal with glass straw maker called Surfside Sips. They're always just going like they have these apparently really tough but glass based. It's some sort of toughened glass the straws are made out of, and I'm always seeing the more successful YouTube channels talking about, Surfside Sips, put this code in on the site to get a 10% discount and that sort of thing. So, yes. Stella reckons she's only met nice distillers as well. That's
seriously, every distiller that I've ever met. So, before I worked in the industry, I declared to Lex Paulson of, well, he's at the Gospel now, but he was working at Hippocampus at the time. And I was like, in 12 months, I will work in the industry. I will do what I do and I will get paid for it.
Yeah.
And it took me 9 months to do it, but I did it.
Excellent.
And then one day I met him as Kirsten from Starwood, and he was like, you told me very emphatically at a show that you would do what you do, but in the industry. And I was like, I did. I didn't think that you remembered. He's like, no, I remember you.
Excellent. That's what you like.
So, yay. I'm that bitch.
You're the one people...
Everyone's like, oh, yeah, they can afford a logistics person. Yeah, they can.
Yeah. Oh. I'm just deciding. I'm thinking I'm hanging around. I want to make one more. I've been meaning to make an Ozified Boulevardier. We were talking about that before. I'm going to call it a walkabout.
This is the...
Oh, Solera. Yeah, I don't have the Solera, though.
This is it.
This is it?
Like, this is the whiskey to put into a Boulevardier. Oh, my God. This, 20 mils of Oka. So 30 mils of this, 20 mils of Oka, and 20 mils of the sweet vermouth from Maiden Eye.
Yeah.
Like,
nice.
World's most best Boulevardier.
Oh, we've got to make one of them anyway. I'll have to settle for twofold because that's all I've got.
I've got some of this. Like, oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is the shit.
The Solera is the one.
Solera and Nova, like, change the game. Like, genuinely.
Nice.
I know I work for the brand, but Solera and Nova were the whiskeys that made me go, oh, whiskey's not shit. Whiskey's delicious and layered and flavorful and interesting.
Yeah. 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 It's
run out of Nova, but yeah. Solera in a Boulevardier is pretty special.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. But
this stuff, this is good. This is amazing.
Which one's that? Twofold?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I made a sour with twofold for the first time the other day. And it was so good.
Twofold is really special. Like, it's a collaboration between a bartender and a distiller where they were like, hey, let's make something that might work in 3 years' time. And they did. And, you know, like, it's the benchmark for Australian blended whiskey in the scene. Everybody wants to be twofold.
Yeah.
No, it's great. Our head distiller is like, twofold is my favorite whiskey that we make.
It's very nice. And I'm not a mad whiskey drinker. Like, I drink it in cocktails rather than straight. But I did a little comparison because I have a few different whiskeys. for making cocktails, like a blended Scotch and an Irish whiskey and a bourbon and a rye, and I did on. I don't know if you were on that live stream, but on one of the live streams,
I was.
yeah, and I did a taste test. Twofold just really holds up next to like anything else, basically.
It's so good, and for the price, it's like something else.
It's got those. It's got like this me probably my inexperience talking, but it's got characteristics that I associate with Scotch, like vanilla and malt type notes that's a lot of Scotches have. Like it's not like it, it's not a peated whiskey, but
it's not meant to be. Australia
to be.
doesn't have peat in the way that Scotland has peat.
Yeah.
So anyone who gives you a peated Australian whiskey has brought that peat in, or is from Tasmania and is ravaging some peat bogs that may not be renewable.
Yeah, and that's we were talking about this the other night too. How a significant number of the Australian distilleries specialize in using local and sustainable products. That's a big part with a lot of the distillers.
Yeah, 100%. So Australia and their distilleries are like really, really interested in where is it coming from, where is it going, and that sort of like closed loop mindset helps. Yeah, Stella, Tassie does have peat, but it's peat bogs that are not sustainable. And Scottish peat bogs are no longer like genuine, they're manufactured.
Yeah.
And Tassie peat bogs are definitely going towards that manufactured way of production. Whereas Bless Starwood, like Dave Vitale, has always had a really strong mindset of sourcing from within a day's drive of the distillery, which means 9 hours driving. Yes,
true.
we get some things from the Barossa, but if you get in a truck and you drive directly from Barossa to Melbourne, you can get there in a day.
Yeah.
So, we're sort of thinking about the food miles that belong to the whiskey.
Yeah.
Which is pretty exciting. I love the consciousness of
it's quite good.
knowing that everything is sourced so closely.
Yeah, it's good. I sort of like Laura's thing about having done a day trip in Scotland before the lockdown started. Every station in the Highlands sounds like it might be a brand of whiskey. Tulloch,
It probably was.
There probably is a distillery
there. Laura, like the whole of Scotland, like it's a really small island realistically, and they've got something like 150 distilleries. Like it's tiny and their like saturation is so high, but they also make the like great whiskeys. So why would you be mad at that?
Yeah. Yes. There's a few centuries experience in doing it. So yeah.
Stella, if you can make peat a whiskey grade and produce it into like Western Australia, because I know you're around the Kalgoorlie area, I'm sure there's a distillery, like Tiger Snake or something, who would be happy to take it up. So, go for it. Tell Cam I sent you. Because I want to go home. And the only way going home is that some distillery in Western Australia is like, I need a logistics queen and you're it. I'm also expensive, so there's that.
All right, I'm going to have a go at my version of an Aussie Boulevardier. Test driving.
So what are you putting in it?
Well, twofold.
Mm.
Is the Unico Zella one, whatever the hell they called it.
Yeah.
That I got from Applewood.
Mm.
It's down to the last bit of it too. Ooh, that's a nice color.
I heard they're only making like dry for the first release, and the is gonna come out later. And I'm like, no, I want the yuzu.
Yeah. Well, yeah. This is the thing I got. For those who don't know, the Applewood Distillery did a special pack for Negroni Week that they called the Homegrowny Week. It was this Oka Amaro, Oka Island Bitter, as they call it, the Applewood Gin, and this sweet vermouth that was so limited edition it doesn't even have a label. So I got that Homegrowny pack. So again, because I'm always with this, I'm going to cheat, and I'm actually just using a bit of the Island Bitter.
Stella, if you know where thousands of tons of peat are in the Pilbara, you need to get in contact with the kids at Kimberley. What are they calling themselves these days? The Northern Distillery, or like Northwest Distillery in Carnarvon, or probably Great Southern Distilling in the southwest of WA. Tell Cam I sent you. I am going to get that man to hire me by hook or by crook.
Look at look at the color of that. It's such a beautiful color.
That's beautiful.
All right, I put a glass in the freezer so I'll just put a chunk of ice in it. All right.
Laura, there's always guys who get clumsy with distilled goods. So for me, I wrap everything in black plastic, which is more expensive than clear plastic, but I don't want them to see the boxes that say whiskey on them. Seriously, a girl's got to... Safa, I don't know everybody, but I know enough people to make me dangerous.
I like that.
But yeah, so everything is wrapped in black plastic, which is really disappointing when it goes to another country and they unwrap the black plastic and put on clear plastic. And I'm like, I paid extra for the black plastic.
Yeah, let's see. All right, so that is a very cool looking drink. That's
it's beautiful.
Oh my god. See, this is my level of bitter. I put like maybe 10 mils of the Oka bitter in, and I balanced it out with Oka Gold. It's got a really bitter finish, which again is not a bad thing. I like to have contrast between drinks, have the occasional sweet drink and the occasional boozy thing like a martini and the occasional bitter one, but just not too much. Yes, that's the one. It's definitely look, it's definitely a better flavor than
Spot the girl who likes better.
Yeah. It's definitely a better flavor than Campari. Campari is like a single note, I reckon. Whereas the Oka bitter there's a lot more going on in it. It's just as bitter if you like bitter, but it's got a much more interesting flavor. Hand sanitizer. Ooh, what's that one? Oh, it's hand sanitizer. Cool.
Patient Wolf X Wolf of the Willows.
Mm.
Sanitizer. It's very exclusive. There were only 500 bottles made.
So, Stella wants to read up on the geochemistry of whiskey peats. Not sure the stuff that she knows about is actually suitable, and it would also be a bit of work to extract it. Oh, but, it's an interesting thing to look into.
100%. Also, Stella, you obviously work in sort of that, logistics mining space in Kalgoorlie-ish area. I'd love to talk to you quietly, about how to do that professionally because, well, the problem is that I'm mouthy and unless I'm recommended, no one wants to hire me.
Oh, Nanette's back. Hello. You sound like you've been having a busy night. What with your what was it you were drinking? The
Brandy Alexander.
That's right. I knew it was a classic. I was trying to think. It wasn't a hot toddy tonight. It was another classic. Brandy Alexander. So
my favorite hot toddy is twofold, and the elixir from the distillery. So this one. Don't fall off the shelf. Don't be that girl. This one.
Ooh. Ah, the elixir you were telling me. Yeah, it's on that sampler.
The elixir twofold and a slice of lemon and a little bit of hot water. Does the trick.
Yeah.
It's medicinal.
There you go. Well, Stella and Kirsten, you have to work out how to talk to each other so you can plan and plot.
Stella, follow me on Facebook. Or LinkedIn. I'm the same person on Facebook as LinkedIn, which is hideous, but, whatever. Yeah. I am uninterested in that.
I am really enjoying this, by the way. I'm definitely going to do this in a video. I was doing a little test run to see, do I like it? And yes, I do like it.
That's the Australian version, right?
Of the Boulevardier, which I'm going to call a walkabout. So,
I'm going to tell our brand ambassador about the walkabout, and then he has to be that girl and put it out on our proper Stella, Kirsten Kane, Kayne. I'm the same person on YouTube as I am on Facebook.
Annette, what's the medicinal? You're saying you love medicinal.
I said medicinal on my elixir.
Oh, yeah. Well, so I've still got that page open from Imbue.
Seriously, Imbue are the best. Such great people, such genuinely nice people.
Yeah.
Hurts my soul how nice they are. Horrible person. And they're like, oh my God, every time they see me. And I'm just like, I am an asshole and you shouldn't be nice to me.
So all right, I'm going to get that thing. So two gins and 2 liqueurs. That's a nice sampler.
It's really good. The only problem is it's 100 mils, which is not enough. You're going to have to realize. They do some farmers markets around your area.
Oh, do they?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, hit me up if you find out they're doing one. I'm not sure if those things are even still happening at the moment, but
yeah, farmers markets in Annette, accepted your friend request.
Oh, we're all being friends. Nice. Oh God, I really like. It's kind of like first one. Yeah, it's good, and it's got that really bitter finish, but it's within a spectrum I like. But as I work my way through the drink, it's like it's better with every sip. It's just like, oh, damn, that's good. Oh, oh. That almost going back to our discussion earlier that 2-ingredient drinks aren't cocktails; they're just mixed drinks. And people often ask, what do you like in a cocktail? The best ones. It's not one thing. As you drink it, there's a whole spectrum of tastes as it goes down. Annette, there's a classic cocktail called a boulevardier, which is whiskey, rye or bourbon is usual, and traditionally Campari and sweet vermouth. But I've done an all-Australian version. So I've used Starward Twofold whiskey. Just down the road from where I live, basically. And so Starward Twofold, this one doesn't have a label, but it's a sweet vermouth made. Bless you. Sweet vermouth made at the Applewood Distillery, and 2 more Applewood products. If I was really tough with the bitter, it would have just been their Island Bitter, which is like an equivalent Campari. It's really bitter, and I'm a little bit of a wuss with the bitter. So I had a little bit of the bitter and balanced it out with their herbal liqueur, which is called Okar Gold. So I cheated a bit. If I was more into bitter, I would have just used the Island Bitter in there. But yes, so it's whiskey, a bitter, and a sweet vermouth is what a boulevardier
and
is.
that Starward Twofold is where it's at. Like, seriously, if you're going to buy an Australian whiskey, buy that. It's so good. It's so reasonably priced.
It's such a good mixer. It is really good.
It's meant to be mixed. It's meant to be on its own. It's so it was designed by a distiller and a bartender together with what people want. And it's regularly on special on Uncle Dan's. So,
it's
whatever.
$5 off at the moment. Because I've been, ever since they did that outrageous special on the single malt.
So good. I'm so mad. I missed that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I missed it.
Starward Twofold, it's where it's at.
So yeah, it is. And just this one, so it's the Starward Twofold, a sweet vermouth, and a bitter aperitif. And I used all Australian products. It's like obviously you have to have a taste of for bitter stuff to appreciate it. And I'm a bit of a wuss, which is why I really dialed down the hardcore bitter in this. But it just gets better with it. Honestly, each sip tastes better than the last one. It's just
100%.
It's like your mouth gets acclimatized to it and it's just going, yeah, give me more of that.
So I have something that nobody else has.
Ooh, that's a sample of a 50%.
So Starward Fortis was announced today, which is super exciting. It's a project that I have been working on for 6 months.
Yeah.
And it's a really exciting release, and my life is going to be crazy in 2 weeks' time when it goes live.
Ooh.
I'm super excited. Excited because it's 50% ABV.
Yeah.
It's a particular blend of a particular cask type. So we've been really careful what we've chosen.
Yep.
Our head blender, who is genuinely a genius, has been really carefully selecting these casks for several months in order to this batch 1 release. So pretty exciting. It's going to be something different to the Australian whiskey scene.
Ooh.
It's really exciting to be able to talk about it now. And
it's going to come out now. Nice. New product.
So it's releasing on the 3rd of August.
Oh, okay. Cool.
I will lose my mind because it's only available via our website. So everybody's going to be ordering it via our website and manage the dispatch of our website products.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Nice.
I also have only ever tried Scotch and thought it's gross until I tried Starward and I was like, yeah, this is great. I really like it. Because Australian whiskey generally isn't peated. And I think it's that iodine peaty flavor that I don't like. Australian whiskey tends to be like rich and bold in flavor. How much do we have? We have 10,000 barrels.
10,000 barrels.
I know that because we recently put a barcode on every single barrel.
God damn.
Which is a huge project.
Yep,
but
yep.
As the logistics person, I got to be involved in that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd also say to Laura with Scotch, I basically almost never drink any whiskey straight. I use whiskey as a mixer. And just for a laugh, I've just put a tiny little nip of the twofold because I finished the walkabout, my mixer that I did. So, and just giving it the space to actually fill this glass and just getting the nose of it is so good. It's just
it's like vanilla and like apricots and soft fruit characteristics.
It doesn't burn.
It's not 10,000 barrels of Scotch because to be Scotch, you must be distilled and matured in Scotland. So we have 10,000 barrels of Australian whiskey.
Is the thing, this doesn't burn at all going down.
Not at all. It's so gentle. It's like a warm hug.
It is warm. It's definitely warm. Oh, and you just, it's got, hey, if I'm going to end up having to do a shot, I'll say a wanky word. But it's got herbal notes.
Hey.
It's got fruit notes. It's got like vanilla, and it just like, oh my God, it is good.
So good. Wait until you try this Solera. Like, Angry, I'm going to send you some also of this. So this is our ginger beer cask. Completely sold out.
Nice.
So send you some of this.
Could you imagine if we weren't sort of supposed to be isolating?
Oh, good.
We could have, I'm just thinking because Annette's local as well. It's like we'd have so much fun with tasting parties.
Annette, seriously, like, I know I'm biased, but Starward is the best Australian whiskey available. Archie Rose is good. Chief Son is good. Lark is great, but it's really expensive. Whereas Starward set out to be a really affordable, approachable Australian whiskey. So we're priced at that point.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm so excited about Fortis. Like,
ooh, yeah, that's something to look forward to. A special new one. That's the bottle top, is it? Secret
bottle top. It's our new composite bottle top.
Oh, okay.
But I have it on my desk, so you get to see it.
Yep. Hey, yeah, okay. Annette's also excited at the idea of us having tasting parties. Hey, look, I don't know, in 2 months when we're back to normal. Well, not normal, but hopefully we got the numbers down so we're able to physically interact. It's just like, yeah, boy. It's just...
Annette makes amazing cocktails, so I would 100% go and like hand her a couple of like things off my shelf. This.
Ooh, what do you... Akai.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I bought it. I'm like, what am I supposed to do with that?
Yeah. Ooh, invisible chicken. What would you recommend for a person with expensive taste? Depends. Oh, here we go. Kirsten didn't even pause. She's gone straight for... Oh, yeah, the Starwood Solera single malt. Damn.
Actually, invisible chicken. So, Kelly, what kind of alcohol do they like? Because I can recommend some really expensive gins, but like if you like a traditional scotch, this is probably our closest. So the Starwood Solera, only available in our retail store or online.
Annette wants the purple gin. I almost bought a bottle of that, the purple gin, the stuff with the whatever pea that changes color.
Butterfly pea.
That's it, butterfly pea.
Speaking of pea, I've got a...
We'll excuse you for a few minutes. Oh, yeah, so invisible chicken. If you want to give someone something unique, they like whiskey, that Starwood Solera, very good. Stella, you were in Dan's a few Christmases ago. I've heard a woman complaining. Oh, my God. Complaining about the Ardbeg, $70. There's a bottle shop in the city in Melbourne that I really like called the Wig Cellar. They specialize in getting really hard to get spirits and liqueurs. And so, of course, their prices are higher than Dan Murphy's. First, because they're independent. Second, because they have to pay rents in the Melbourne CBD. Third, because they specialize in getting stuff that no one else has. And the guy, the people generally who work there are good. The guy who runs it is great. He's so friendly. Like, I'll just every now and then, I haven't been working in the city for months, so I haven't been in there a little while. But every now and then I'll go in there and I'll just go, dude, I'm just looking for inspiration, like something that I probably haven't tried before where I can make some different cocktails with it. And we'll just talk it through, and I'm always finding new and interesting things. But he talks about, he's had people come in and go, "You're too expensive," and he's very polite, so he never says, "Well, maybe you should fuck off then. I could get this cheaper at Dan's." "Well, maybe you should fucking go to Dan's then." It's just like, it's really obvious why they're more expensive than Dan Murphy's. So, like I said, because they're independent, because they're paying CBD rents on the shop, and because they've got stuff that Dan Murphy's doesn't have. They've got some really interesting stuff. But yeah. Invisible chicken, you're going to keep in mind for your dad. You know what would be fun, invisible chicken, particularly if your dad's if he's a Scotch snob, get him the Solera and make him blind taste it and try and tell him, this is you'll like this, and see if he can place where it comes from, and he'll come up with a particular sort of Scotch that it is. Then you go, "Oh, it's Australian." But yes. And then we seem to have made a date for when we're not locked down. We're going to do a tasting party, cocktail making party. Sounds like fun to me. Yeah. So, yeah. I was trying to think of the last time I seriously drank some whiskey. It was, Christ, it was years ago. I remember it was a work do. And it was the agency that I contract through. They were having a midwinter thing. It's like, I think it's Christmas in July or something. And anyway, they said like, "Hey, open bar, and the we're putting on food in an open bar at this venue, and RSVP. So a bunch of people RSVP'd, and then the afternoon of this event, a really fucking bleak storm came through. Like the temperature dropped 10 degrees, a brutally cold wind came in, and it was raining, and it was shit. And less than half the people who said they were going to show up showed up. Hey, Kirsten's back. And so, but I was just, I was being polite. We had food, and I was drinking cider, and I was going up to the bar to get a cider, and there's a couple of people at the bar, and it was actually people who worked for the agency, not contractors, and they were just ordering top shelf whiskeys. And I said, "What's going on?" And they go, "Oh, we just realized there's no way we're getting through the tab because less than half the people who showed up said they were going to show up. They didn't get here. So we're just saying, fuck it. And we're running up the tab by getting top shelf whiskeys." So I just sat with them at the bar, and because the bar staff were being really nice to us because we were just getting all this top shelf stuff and running up the tab. And so I had 3 or 4 top shelf scotches and a top shelf Irish whiskey and a top shelf tequila. So I was absolutely fucking hammered by the end of the night. It's fun. Kelly, I've forgotten, where do you live, Kelly? I have so much trouble keeping track of everyone. Laura, you had a friend from Japan visit once time, asked her to bring proper sake. Ooh, didn't like sake, but they had a cherry sake liqueur. That sounds good. Yeah, I don't have any Japanese, but I don't have sake. I don't have Japanese whiskeys. I don't have any maybe I need to get 1 or 2 Japanese things in my drinks cart. That's one thing I don't have. I don't have anything Japanese in there. Yes, Annette, you are definitely the Countess of Cozy. It's like that's an official title you should have, I think, the Countess of Cozy.
I would like to be like Queen Regent or something.
Yeah.
Because you can't see the bottom half of me, but it's definitely made of flannelette.
Oh, I'm wearing flannelette pajama pants. It's I didn't get. I was the only reason I'm not wearing my dressing gown, because I have this beautiful plush fluffy dressing gown, is because it was actually too warm. As it got into the evening, I think like the heating kicked on in the evening, I was actually too warm. I was just going to do this whole live stream wearing my dressing gown, but it was actually too hot, so I just took it off and put a t-shirt on. But I am still wearing flannelette pajama pants, and I'm wearing slippers, so it's just like.
Stella, when you come to Victoria, I'm going to take you to meet Julian and Brooke at Whiskey and Element. They have the best selection of Japanese whiskey in Australia, and bless them, like they're dear friends of mine.
Ooh, nice.
And yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Oh, I was thinking of no, actually it's gone out of my head. Gee, I must have had a few drinks tonight. I had an idea and it left my head almost instantly. So that's what it was. Italian whiskies. The bottle shop I was talking about, the Whig Cellar, they have a couple of Italian whiskies. And I went, okay. That's a thing I didn't know existed. And then,
I went to the Whig Cellar on Thursday or Friday this week.
Yeah.
To get some things. And I was disappointed with their given their selection of Australian gin, I was really disappointed in their Australian whiskey selection.
I think you're right. From my memory, I don't remember them having a lot of Australian whiskey.
Ross, who is...
Yeah, Ross, who's a darling.
He is a darling. He definitely plays favorites.
Yeah.
And yes, Stella, like seriously, hit me up. Like I will take you to the places. I will introduce you to the people as my dear friend Stella from the internet.
Stella from the internet.
So I used to work with this guy, and it's really funny because I've been introduced to a bunch of people on the internet as like, this is Kirsten, my dear friend who I used to work with, but who is a fucking badass, like on the internet. And I'm like, oh, hello.
That's good. That's good. Safa wants to try sake. I have drunk sake.
Good sake is something else.
Yeah. I had I think there's a particular Japanese restaurant I went to, and they had the little things of warm sake between courses, and it was just like, have a course, and then you get this little, it's probably half a shot of warm sake, and it's just like you have that, and then you're ready for the next course, and they're just giving you these little things of warm sake between each course. It's very nice. But I'm not big on sake. I don't know sake very well at all, so I don't know what to get on that front.
Neither do I. The only exposure to sake that I've ever had was I met these American people through work who were like super American, and they took me to a sushi bar and were ordering sake because they knew what they were doing. Stella from the internet should be your Instagram name. Yes, 100%. I'm Kirsten from the internet, always, to a bunch of people. Oh, you
God.
Kirsten from the internet?
How weird it is being introduced as Angry Aussie from the internet is a pretty freaking weird one.
I had to have that conversation with my husband, like, oh, so Andrew from the internet. Want to do a like cocktail/alcohol thing together, and he's like, like, no, this guy's legit, and I thought like 15 years, and it's totally fine. He's not a creep.
I try not to be. Yeah. Oh God, mind you, I just found out one of my favorite comics writers, an English guy called Warren Ellis, has written a whole bunch of my favorite comics. He's an absolute creep. He hasn't done anything illegal or coercive, but it's come out over the last 2 decades. He has used his fame and influence to just be non-stop banging fans. And I mean, all these women got together like on a Discord to share stories, and they worked. He would, on all the forums where he was very popular, he would instantly zero in on any female who was interested in him, and they, end up having sex. But he'd always say like, it has to be a secret so you're not targeted by people and whatnot. But it had to be a secret because he was juggling a whole series of women at the same time. And it's so uncool. So uncool. Like, it's not illegal. It's not coercive, but it's an abuse.
It's not illegal, but it's still gross.
Oh, yeah. No, but these women got together and they worked out at one point he was apparently juggling somewhere in the region of 19 women at this. He must have had a spreadsheet or something. I don't know what the fuck he was doing, but
that's commitment.
Like, it is.
I think my maximum is like 4.
Yeah. And he's been doing this for decades, and it's like and the interesting thing is the women are saying, okay, he definitely didn't do anything illegal. He definitely didn't do anything coercive, but it's super fucking uncool. It's like a real abuse of his celebrity power. And because he lied to all the women, he never told them, I am literally sticking my dick in anyone I get the opportunity to.
Gross.
No, it's gross.
That's
it's
like
gross.
a hard gross.
Yeah. And I mean, he's full on, and it's just like, wow, what the fuck? It's deceptive, it's dishonest, it is exploitative, and it's abusing his influence and power, and it's just really dishonest. What he did was just really dishonest. The saving grace is it wasn't illegal and it wasn't coercive, but it was really shitty. It was really shitty. Oh, I almost want to make another walkabout, but I've got about enough of this to make one more, and I want to do it for a video, so I have to save it. Well, maybe, okay, I don't have another sweet, but I've got classic Maiden Eye. I want to try
it with classic.
Yeah, I'm going to try it with classic.
Seriously,
Maiden.
classic is that really great point between.
It's a good balance. Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Before I had bottles and bottles of sweet and dry in the house, I had classic because it worked both ways, in a Negroni and in a martini.
Yep. Sorry, that I used to see how much I was smashing that piece of ice because it was tempered because it had been in a drink, so it wouldn't break. And I was just about to give up when it broke. So cool. I've refreshed my stirring ice, and I'll get a new block for the glass. I'm gonna make a walkabout with the classic and see what it tastes like.
So I have a dram of the Solera.
Yeah.
Just no ice, nothing.
Ooh, just au naturel.
So good. It's made with Australian Apera barrels, which are special and rare because they're special and rare.
Yeah.
And just
that's
really,
the Australian version of sherry, isn't it?
it is the Australian version of sherry.
Because I was surprised when I found out that sherry was one of those protected names.
It is a protective name. So sherry, Pedro Jimenez, and port, which is called Tawny in Australia, are all protected names.
Yeah, like sherry has to come from Spain.
Yep.
Yeah.
It sure does. Otherwise, you can call it Apera.
I just thought, I have to admit, because I thought, well, sherry's just shit. Who cares? But no, they're actually incredibly protective of sherry.
So sherry and sherry matured casks are like incredibly significant in the whiskey world.
Yes.
I'll show you. I'll just go over there and grab you my favorite release that Farron has ever done. Like ever.
Ever? Okay. Yeah, it's weird because I'm sure also the protection of sherry is it's only been enforced relatively recently because I'm sure there was a bunch of shit in Australia in the 70s that was called sherry that definitely didn't come from Spain.
So the protection only came in like 2006. So
yeah, that makes sense.
Other port from whatever TWE brand that is.
Yeah.
Is definitely a tawny, but it's being called port because Portugal, right?
Yes, of course.
So this release is one of my
yes, Starwood Tawny, yes.
Oh my God. Like, I know that I work for the brand and I should have favorites. This guy.
This guy is a favorite?
So good. So delicious. It literally tastes like a liquefied Christmas cake.
Ooh. What have I got? I've got a...
Now, you can't buy it on the website anymore, which is really sad.
Oh, okay.
But I know a guy who has 10 boxes of it.
I know a guy.
I do know a guy. He's my guy.
Yeah, Kirsten's guy. We've got to... Kirsten's guy knows what's what.
I know it's expensive, but it's worth it. So
well, that's all that counts. Oh.
Husband bought himself a whiskey for his birthday.
Yeah. A Hobart whiskey. Ah.
We've been doing the ISO like tasting packs.
Yeah.
And this is so good. Like, the advantage of being married to an accountant is that he will let me claim whiskeys that are related to work.
I actually, in all seriousness, I have to talk to my accountant because he's really good. And I've been claiming everything technology for years because, well, partly because I work in tech, but also because I was making money from YouTube. So every camera I got, every computer I got, every piece of software I got, I was claiming on tax. I'm going to have to tell him, like, I'm now doing this thing, building up, and I have to buy booze to make these videos. Can I claim anything? This is interesting. Okay, so I made a walkabout with the Maiden Eye Classic. First thing is, it doesn't have that absolutely fabulous color that the Unico Yuzu Vermouth gives it. It's still nice looking, but the Unico
it's a pink vermouth as opposed to a red vermouth.
Yeah.
Tastes
good. Annette was asking if musket's protected. Is musket a protected one?
Yes, it is. Return and earn aluminium cans in thick. I'm okay with it as a person who works mostly in glass. Like, I think that it's a good thing and it might reduce some waste.
Yeah.
And yet, Stella, send me an email at kirsten@starwood.com.au, and I'll pass you on to the guy who still has stock. Because, we're sold out on the internet.
Got to talk to Kirsten's guy.
Kirsten's guy mostly has to go through Kirsten in order to supply the people.
Yeah, that's fair. Still good.
Kirsten likes these people on the stream, much like AZ. I'm into all of you.
It's good. I probably prefer it with the sweet of vermouth, but this is good. This is good.
Classic is not quite right for a Boulevardier, but we'll do in a pinch.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit drier, obviously. Still good though.
Wait until you try it with a Solera. Like, Angry, you're going to understand where I'm like, meh.
All right. That's definitely on the cards with the Solera. Ooh.
Bye, Laura. We love you. Laura, you can buy Starwood at Master of Malt.
Oh, yeah, God, the prices at Master of Malt. Geez, I wish that they actually would arrive with that price and not get like a 50% excise whacked on them when they come in. Because you look on Masters of Malt advertise on Facebook, so a thing pops up and I look at it and go, that sounds cool. And then it's like, oh, it's coming from the UK. Oh no, I won't actually get. Masters of Malt will get that price, but I won't get that price because it'll hit customs, and they'll just like plus 50%.
If there's something that you desperately want, Angry, like seriously, let me know, and I will fucking hook you up.
Yeah, it's not desperate. It was just fun because, like I said, literally, I see their ads on Facebook, and it's like,
Me
what's
too.
that? Yeah. Oh, and that they had like a really fucking high ABV absinthe, which I always get a giggle out of really high ABV absinthes. And I thought, oh, I've never really gone for fruity flavored. And I looked and they actually emailed me and said, we forget the excise. We can't even send you that because of the ABV. Our courier regards that as an explosive substance and they won't carry it. I was like, oh, okay. Cool. Saf is asking, is US alcohol diluted because it's cheaper? No, it just doesn't have the taxes that we have.
They don't have the taxes that we have. So, right. So, on the 3rd of August, bless them, our excise tax is going to go to $87.96. So, that's $1 more than 6 months ago that we had to pay. And excise in Australia, especially for spirits, doesn't make any sense, right? So the wine industry is fully supported by the government, and the beer industry is fully supported by the government, and the spirits industry is just being raped and pillaged by the government. So they don't see the fact that over 100,000 people are employed by the spirits industry in Australia.
Need a big marketing campaign.
We have a marketing campaign. It's called Cocktails and Spirits Australia Freeze the Australian Spirits Super Tax. So every single 6 months, spirits excise goes up by at least somewhere between 50 cents and $1. And it's crippling the industry, especially now during COVID when we are really battling distancing and physically fulfilling what's going on.
Yep.
But the Australian spirits industry accounts for about 1% of the Australian spirits consumption market.
Yep.
And if we were to take that from 1% to 2%, we would increase the amount of people that are employed directly and indirectly in the market by like 100,000 jobs. Like it's ridiculous how much. If we chose to promote Australian spirits to Australian people, we would be able to increase the production and participation in the industry.
Yeah.
But yeah, so every single 6 months, the Australian Spirit Super Tax comes in and rips apart the margins of people who are making spirits in Australia. And it's genuinely like distressing because there are a bunch of distilleries who would like to employ someone like me, but they can't afford to because they have to pay excise. And if we like Australian spirits are gaining notoriety overseas, and if we were supported the way that the wine industry was supported in the 1990s, we would be able to make a difference in the landscape of spirits in a way that would make a significant impact on GDP in Australia. But at the moment, the Australian government sees spirits as a smaller and niche export that doesn't deserve support, which is really, really sad. And Annette, you're 100% right. Wine and beer have like support and tax concessions that spirits industry will never see.
Yeah.
And it's so disappointing because Australian spirits are interesting and innovative and groundbreaking, and the flavors are something else, like something that no one has ever seen before.
Yeah.
And it's real fucking shit that
Yeah.
literally cannot afford to be available to the global market.
Yeah. There's a real story to be told there as well. Like a complete picture that ties it up with the employment side, the tourism side, the fact that so many of the distillers are using local and sustainable and completely unique ingredients, and the fact this identity of Australian spirits can be exported to the world. And now's the ideal time.
Now is the ideal time. Like, Australian spirits are so individual, so unique, so interesting. Like, so I'm not 100% sure on the validity of this fact, but someone once told me that there are 22,000 options of distillable like flavors in the Australian bush.
Yeah.
Whereas there are 1,300 options in continental Europe.
Yeah.
And that gives you a certain like opportunity.
Yeah. You can imagine
something new.
Like an entire sort of complete picture. Like a marketing thing that, you work with First Nations people and talk about like, yes, we have this unique stuff and we've worked with these distilleries and they understand the power of these unique ingredients.
100%.
It's
the only
a
rule.
Real story. Yeah.
The only rule with gin is that you must have juniper in your like mash bill.
Yes.
They don't say how much juniper you must have,
which
means that people who have 1% juniper can still call themselves an Australian gin. But here's the thing, right? These guys, like Imbue Distillery, they're putting out the journey. It's made with mun trees and foraged fennel and like Australian natives that you can't get anywhere else except where they live, because they make this incredible spirit.
Yeah.
This one here, Bilson's, they make a dry gin, they make a vodka, they make several, and they will be making a whiskey. And they're putting out stuff with 100 years of backing to it, because Bilson's brewery was making gin and whiskey 100 years ago, before Frankie came in and banned everything.
Yeah.
And told everyone that they couldn't have any fun.
Yeah. I'm just even imagining advertising campaigns like you do one. Oh, Anther. I know Anther. Yeah.
And so this is of one of 200 bottles of gin made specifically because they grew a bunch of Australian botanicals on a rooftop in Melbourne, just over there.
Yeah.
As an experiment. Like when they told me, oh yeah, we only made 200 bottles of this, I was like, fuck yeah, sign me up, take my credit card details. Like, I am here for this.
Yeah.
Because this shit is so fucking good. Like Sebastian Rayburn and Dervla, fuck, I can't pronounce her surname. They're married to each other and they make the most incredible spirit because they're so passionate about flavor and profile and like, why wouldn't you want to take this spirit, give it to everyone in the rest of the world, and you're like, oh yeah, no, your Tanqueray and your Bombay, this is shit. Try this stuff.
Yeah, just like it should be like a Netflix series or something, just talking to the individual distillers and getting the stories. And
here's an exclusive for the internet.
Ooh, yeah.
Podcast.
Yeah.
My dear friend who's super into whiskey. So she's the whiskey girl and I'm the gin girl. And we're going to talk about Australian distilleries, Australian stories, Australian produce, and why you need to give a fuck to a global audience. Because the more you can talk about incredible special distilleries that you can't get anywhere else.
Yeah.
Like, let's talk about these guys. Like, Affinity.
Yeah.
So this is Karu Distillery. They're from the Blue Mountains in New South Wales. It's a husband and wife team. They make the most incredible gin. They're so fucking rock and roll. It's not funny. And, like, sure, it's expensive. But fuck. Like, why wouldn't you want to support people's dream? Like, why wouldn't you be there when they succeed?
Yeah.
Like,
absolutely.
I love them.
Yep. So, hey, Aussie Gun Bunny. Like, Safa's just asking, do you have to be rich by Australian gin and whiskey? Look, it's more expensive than those big international brands, but there's very good entry point stuff. Like as
there is 100%.
The twofold. For what you pay for the twofold, it's great.
There's really good Australian stuff, and when you become an advocate, when you tell your people, like literally any person that I've ever met, I bore to tears that I'm ridiculously proud of the Australian booze scene, right? Be it whiskey, be it agricole, be it fucking whatever, gin, absinthe, whatever. Everyone who makes this shit is talented and passionate and a little bit crazy, and I'm fucking into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you pay for the quality. Sometimes you pay for the dream. Like, there is shit on my shelf that I'll never talk about because it's shit. But I'm happy to support people going after a crazy dream.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, and I mean, even just like Henry's live stream that we're watching, that should be a TV show. You could upscale that to a TV show.
Bottle that guy. He's amazing. He's so passionate. He's so special about industry. And Aussie Gun Bunny, I will ship you, and I don't fucking kid you, 2 bottles of twofold for $120. And if you hate it, you can tell me that you don't like it.
You won't hate twofold. It's Aussie Gun Bunny is someone we should ship fucking Solera to. It's
well, Solera is $129, right? So it's expensive. But this stuff, this twofold,
which I've been drinking all night, but anyway.
I will send it to you, Aussie Gun Bunny, and if you hate it, you can send it back to me, and I'll give you your money back because I fucking stand by it. Also, they pay my bills, but I think it's delicious and approachable and at a price point that everybody loves because $35 direct from us with free shipping. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And a hi,
Keeps
John.
me in a job.
Yeah, absolutely. But and I was just thinking, like, as we talk about this, I was going, oh my god, there's so much life in this. Like the marketing campaign, you could have like a serious one, like say, just focusing on the localization and the stories, and like I say, the passionate people and the dreams. And you could have crossovers, like I said, literally talking with First Nations people about bush foods and how it's being incorporated. And then I just had this idea of a really funny one, like, Aussie blokes, like someone saying, like, Aussies love being patriotic and getting pissed. They drink Australian beers. They don't drink imported beers. And you have all these guys in a pub drinking whatever the local beer, like, VB in Melbourne or wherever the fuck they drink in New South Wales or whatever. And she's like, oh, mate, nothing like the Aussie product. And then, like another like of the Bogan blokes with a really nice gin who then just waxes lyrical about, the botanicals or the all sourced within, X kilometers of the distillery, and just watching the other guys get absolutely transfixed by the way this guy's waxing lyrical about this. You can go, that sounds good, mate. I want to try that. And you can have so much fun with it.
You've heard it here first, direct from my mouth. This shit is the shit. So, Starwood Fortis, it releases in 2 weeks' time. Sign up to the blah, 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 blah.
I think I'm on the letter. I think I'm on the newsletter.
This is the most affordable, highest ABV whiskey that's going to go out. It's single malt, distilled in Melbourne by people who give a fuck about the shit. And
we should have like a launch party. Like I'll get a bottle. You'll obviously have some at your place, and we can.
I will ship you a bottle, Angry.
Yeah, we'll spend the night drinking it.
I have literally 2 serves. That's it.
Yeah.
50
No, but when it comes out, we have everything. Yeah. Oh, Aussie Gun Bunny.
So
yeah. I mean, I meant to go to bed an hour ago, but what the fuck, It's we're getting really passionate about this part of the conversation now.
So this stuff, so good. Like, it's made by people who give a shit, with people who like genuinely want you to have good whiskey at an affordable price. It's going to be $129. Like, what Australian? It's $129.
No, I'm getting some. We're going to have a launch. We're going to have a launch party when it comes out. Aussie Gun Bunny, how you doing, buddy?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. You have to send me a link to your website so I can get on there.
Just
put an order.
Just do Starwood.
www.starwood.com.au.
And you've got your choices from this, the twofold, which I thoroughly recommend, the pre-mixed old fashioned, which is one of only 2 bottles of booze I've finished this. No, 3, because I've been keeping track of my purchases, and I've bought like 40 bottles of stuff this year, and I've only finished 3 of them. The Starwood New Old Fashioned is really good. I'm thinking of getting another one actually, but yeah, no, okay. So this new one's coming out. I've got one whiskey. I've got Rittenhouse Rye, which is 50%. It's good to have.
This is 50%, right?
Yeah.
So the Starwood Fortis is going to be 50%. It is a batch product, so batch 1 will be different to batch 2, but it is going to be part of our permanent range, and like the amount of care and like selectiveness that's going into what is going to be in the bottle is fucking out of control. Like,
nice.
Oh my god.
I'm a
little bit in love with the blender. Like, our head blender is a special human, and he is so good at what he does. Can't do fucking paperwork to save his life, and drives me insane in that sort of thing. But what he does in terms of making a blend, making something special that goes into a bottle, I'm like, fuck, you might drive me insane, but god damn it, you make good whiskey. Yes, Papa, buy Australian whiskey. Buy Belgrove. Buy Archie Rose. Buy Starwood. Buy fucking Backwoods. Buy any Australian whiskey because, those motherfuckers are so into it, and I'm into it because it pays my bills. But
Yeah.
like always, try buy local because
Yeah.
99% of the time, anytime that you buy Australian, you buy local, you're going to get someone doing a happy dance as the order comes through because it's special.
Yeah. Yeah. And also, if you do, go on the socials. If you use social media at all, go on the socials. Say, I just bought X, they got it to me. I fucking love it. Because it makes their day. If you just go on and say, oh, I got X, it's so fucking good. And they love it.
They do. Everyone on social media.
Right. Okay. Oh,
Gunbuddy, you're probably looking at Wolf Lane, Winston Cryn, Mount Uncle. I'm just talking Queensland distillers, right? The problem is that the Queensland distillers are kind of dicks. Yeah. Like, sorry, Queensland, you kind of dicks.
Are you guys going to make any more of the port?
Horny stuff?
The horny one.
The horny one, yeah. Because that sounds goddamn delicious.
That's what Kirsten got. Now, Kirsten was saying the Solera is the real kick-ass one.
Solera is kick-ass. Nova is kick-ass. Twofold is kick-ass. Fortis is kick-ass. I'm super excited to be part of it.
Oh, yeah. That was the other one I was looking at, the Solera.
Yeah.
Solera is so good. And that is only available on the website and in person at the distillery. And if you come to the distillery between 9 and 5 Monday to Friday, you can meet me.
Cool.
So when it's socially acceptable, as in
when it's socially acceptable to come to the distillery,
we have to line something up. Like I make a video tour or whatever.
There is 100% like people who have come to the distillery and been like, I've met Kirsten on the internet and I want to meet her in person. And the bar team will come and find me.
Nice.
Why are they dicks? Well, there's one guy who makes a whiskey called Big Black Cock, and it's fuck. And there's like 3 other people who are rude to me, so they're dicks.
They're dicks.
Okay, Kirsten, have you had much to do with obviously I doubt you would have, but have you had anything to do with home brewers at all?
A little
Especially
bit.
like competition grade home brewers.
Competition grade home brewers. I sit next to at least 3 of them. So half of our distilling team are competition grade home brewers.
Okay.
So I have a little bit to do with them.
Yeah. How do you find their personalities compared to the more business oriented brewers? So it's my experience that the home brewers tend to be a little bit more, what's a nice way to put this?
Fly by the seat of your pants.
Yeah. Yes.
So I've come from a corporate background, and while I'm incredibly passionate and like do not doubt my passion for Australian craft spirits and Australian produce. I am still at heart a corporate stooge, and I'm coming into a company that, bless their hearts, is 50% people who've come from a corporate background and 50% people who have come from doing it because they love it. And I was sitting in a meeting and I heard coming out of my mouth, like, sometimes I can't stop it. You know, we need to understand that there is a change management piece, blah, blah, blah. And I said all the corporate words. And it was a management meeting, and one of the guys was like, wow, that's corporate cursed. And I've never heard her.
Corporate cursing comes out when she's pushed.
Fuck you. That person does exist and she's valid.
Yeah. It was funny. I've had so many things like, I'm used to corporate speak, but every now and then I can't be bothered arsing around sometimes. And I just go, you know what the problem is? The problem is X, Y, Z. And then I get like text messages from people like, oh my God, someone said it. Thank fuck. It's just, I say it in a really polite way, but I said, look, this is not going to work. What you're saying here, not going to work. Unless you do X, Y, Z, not going to work. That's the problem. That's what you've got to do. And then someone goes, oh, thank God someone said it. It's like...
Also, Annette, like, Queenslanders are a special breed of distillers, and they tend to be a bit strange and special.
Is it the heat that does it to you?
It's the Queensland heat.
It is, yeah.
It's the heat.
It drives people crazy.
You go Troppo. Yeah. You're tropical.
Well, I mean, if we can use Florida Man as a perfect example of how the heat can mess with people.
Yes. And a weird story just popped into my head. One of my lecturers at college, he served in the Pacific in World War II, and he was saying when we were in, I forget where it was, but somewhere well north of Australia, and he just went, everyone's being told to stay out of the sun because they were really close to the equator, and it was really brutal sun. And he said, and there were guys in my squadron, like, because they were Brits, and the Australians thought that was just for the Brits, and they were just going like, I don't have to pay attention to what they're saying to those pommies. Oh, I'm an Australian. And they went and laid out under a palm tree with no shirt on and their shorts pulled up to get a tan. And anyway, then they were covered in blisters a day later, like 3rd-degree burns from this tropical sun. And he said, and he goes, anyway, they all got charged with self-inflicted wounds to teach them a lesson. They got a disciplinary thing for self-inflicted wounds.
Malingering, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
And they weren't malingering because they didn't know, they thought this wouldn't happen. But it was like their CEO just went, no, fuck you guys. I told you not to do that. So you're getting a black mark on your record for being dickheads and sunbaking in the tropics because you thought it was the same as Australia.
It's really funny. We went to Europe, and after a while, husband and I realized that sun in like Estonia and Finland was not the same as the sun in Australia that wants to fuck you up.
Yeah.
The sun in Estonia and Finland is like, hi, let me hug you and make you feel good.
Yeah, it's a very gentle sun.
The Australian sun's like, let me fuck you up.
Yeah. That's what when I lived in Sydney, I had some friends who lived in the eastern suburbs where like the beaches are. And so I'd be there some weekends, whether it was or Bondi or whatever. And you tell, like when you're in the beer garden of a pub, you could tell who was Australian and who was a Pom, because the Australians were clustered under umbrellas and under the shade. And oh gods, please don't let the sun destroy me. And the poms are going, I'm getting a suntan. And they're lying out there in the sun. And we're looking at them going, you're getting skin cancer is what you're getting, mate. You're getting skin cancer. And
Yeah.
My favorite story is about my friend who is a Norwegian doctor. Like, seriously, if anyone wants to marry the hottest woman you've ever seen, who is a doctor from Norway, so that you can import her into the country,
you've mentioned this before, yes.
DM me.
Yeah. Anyone looking for a hot wife, talk to Kirsten. All right.
Correct. But she's like crazy about the sun, and you're like, bitch, it's Australia. Like, you're a doctor. You should know better.
Not do that.
She doesn't.
Actually, I don't know if you saw that. Annette was asking if you've encountered much sexism in the industry. No.
100%.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah.
But
okay. John's volunteering. Sorry.
I am a mouthy, obnoxious, like direct female. And when people are like, meh, 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 I'm like, oh, is it because I'm a woman that you are uncomfortable with this? Which makes them 10 times more uncomfortable with the idea that you're going up against me.
That's brilliant.
So there's that. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Given who I am and where I work and what I've accomplished in the time that I've done what I do, the like suggestion that they might be sexist makes people more uncomfortable than the fact that they are sexist.
Yeah. That's. Sorry, I just realized how loud it is. Someone's coming in the kitchen. You're looking really sleepy. You're getting a drink. Sorry, you're getting food at this late stage of the night.
So yeah, I am unapologetically an asshole, and if you don't like what I say, I call you out as an asshole, and 9 times out of 10, the calling out makes people shrink away from the fact that, whatever.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, you got to
like 90% of that is me being bullshit and not taking shit.
I'll be back.
It's taken me several years to get to this persona.
Yep. You had to grow into it.
And the older I get, the more I'm like, fuck you and your bullshit ideology.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's what you need to do.
I don't do well anywhere, Stella. Annette, sorry. I am that asshole, and I've worked really hard on the persona that I have, and I am very, very lucky that that major like association that is associated with my particular skill set thinks I'm cute and keeps putting me on panels and telling me I'm special, which is great if I ever want to go anywhere else.
Yep.
But yeah, I am a particular brand of person. And anytime anyone challenges me, I say things like, oh, would it be easier if I was male and saying this to you? And that makes them like...
Yep.
If it doesn't, I don't want to work with them. Anyway. So,
So you've got a Newtown chick way about you. That's where I used to live when I was in Sydney, Chippendale and Newtown.
I would also live in Newtown if I lived in Sydney. I stayed there for a week years ago, and I was like, yeah, this is my vibe.
Yeah.
I am definitely more of the opinion that if you're not going to hire me with my pink hair, I don't want to work for you, which horrifies husband.
Yeah.
Because he's like, oh, you've got to be sweet and malleable. And I'm like, fuck that shit. Like, I'm exhausted. I don't want to do that.
Yeah. No, that's the right way to be.
John, call me. I have an opinion doctor that I would really like in the country. And like any not dickhead single man. Just FYI, I'm bullshit and I will bury you if you fuck her around.
Yeah. So take that on board, John. Take that on board. It's like, it's obviously a good deal, but if you fuck it up, people won't find your body. So it's like, let's think. Oh, wow. Okay. Yes.
Stella, I was too much for the Goldfields. They sent me to Melbourne because I fucked shit up when I worked in Western Australia. And they were, I was too much for the entirety of Western Australia. Couldn't get a job because I would take no shit.
Yeah. I had a fling with a woman when I was a lad. I think she told me she was about 30. I was about 21. And my sister who met her went, she's not 30. And it's like, hey, she likes to have sex a lot. So that's literally the only thing I care about because I'm 21. And but she spent some time in Cuba. She was traveling a lot. She was very outgoing, traveled a lot for work. She spent some time in Cuba Pedy, the opal mining town, and the stories she was telling about Cuba Pedy, she's like, Jesus, like, I made friends with this woman on my first day there, and she had no front teeth, and she's like, stick with me, darling. Any of these cunts fuck you about, I'll fucking bury them. No one will ever find their body. And it was just like, and she was just like, okay, I've seen a lot, and I'm cool with a lot of stuff, but Cuba Pedy is fucking full on.
Yes.
So, it was really, I have to admit, it was the funniest thing when I introduced her to my sister, because my sister was living in Sydney at the time as well. And I said, she's older. And how much older? I don't know. She said she's about 30. And she goes, she's not 30. I'm like, I don't care. I just don't care. Someone wants to use me. I'm like 21. Someone wants to use me as a plaything. It's like, fuck yeah. Okay. Cool.
Look, I was 21 and I had a 45-year-old man pay my rent. Like, fuck that shit. Like,
yeah. She didn't pay my rent, but definitely used me as a plaything for a while till I got serious with someone else, and I just went, "Oh, I'm actually kind of serious with someone." And I know you were coming into town every month or so and whatnot, which was fun, but I don't feel like I can keep doing that. And she's like, "Oh, bummer." And I was like, "Oh,
If RuPaul says if they're not fucking you, paying your rent, who the fuck gives a shit?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, that's it.
That line about paying the rent, I see that all the time in memes from Americans, particularly Black Americans, which crack me up. It's like they do some things like, something from a horror movie like bursts through your door. What do? So I say, who the fuck are you bursting through the door like you're paying rent? Get the fuck out. Are you a coffee person, Kirsten? Safa wants to know what you think of Melbourne coffee.
Melbourne coffee is shit.
Yeah, I'm not a coffee drinker.
Coffee. Right. So everyone shits on WA, but Perth coffee is out of control and Melbourne coffee is bullshit.
Excellent. That's the sort of
two guys who've
Yeah.
made coffee right in the entire 5 years that I've lived in Melbourne.
Yeah.
And both of them were Indian. And good at taking direction. So yeah, Melbourne coffee is bullshit. Perth coffee is better.
Good.
And everyone can kiss my ass about that.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's this sort of iconoclastic stuff I like to hear because you get all the coffee wankers in, and I don't drink coffee, so I don't know.
Which country is it where they have the basins full of sand and they have the pot actually sitting in the hot sand heating up the coffee? It's not India. I think it might be Saudi Arabia or something like that.
Yeah, it sounds like somewhere in like Turkey or up into the Middle East.
Oh, it might be Turkey.
Stella, 100% of the time, if you tell some dipshit who thinks he's a hard man that he's full of shit, he will absolutely bow down before you every single time.
Yeah, look, I'll go on record. I am not a hard man. That's I'll play a role if someone wants me to fit a particular role. I'm there, but the last thing I'm going to do is go, yeah, man, I'm a fucking hard man. Bitches better line up for me. Yeah, no, I don't really have any time.
The least attractive thing in the entirety of the universe is a dickhead who thinks he's right.
Yeah,
90% of the time he's wrong. And the nearest woman is right. And, whatever.
Sorry, Safa just made me laugh asking about Dubbo coffee. I'm like, dude, okay. So long since I've been there. But a friend of mine who still is like in the central west of New South Wales, in like a blog post she wrote, and she's in Dubbo, and she's and she's just trying to get a focaccia. And I was like, what's that, love? Don't you just want a toasted sandwich? And it's like, yes, okay, okay, a toasted sandwich, fine.
Yeah.
Stella, I am 100% happy to deal with dudes underground, above ground, whatever. Before I moved to Melbourne, I worked in a company that repaired radiators, right? This is not a face that repairs radiators. Look at I am too delicate for this shit. But I was able to influence motherfuckers to do what I told them to. And they did. And mining services and mining adjacent services is my jam. If anyone wants to pay me to do that again, happy to.
Yeah.
Mostly because it's way less intense than whiskey. Yeah. I'm gonna move back to WA and in the gold fields. I'm married to an accountant. He will go wherever I tell him to. But yeah. And people think that I'm joking when I'm like, yeah, my husband vacuums the carpet and does what I tell him to. They think I'm joking, but I'm really not.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean,
I've always made more money than he does, and yeah.
Yeah,
Whoever makes more money gets to tell the other one what to do.
Whoever makes the most money makes the rules. That's pretty fair. It's like, when I was going over trying to find my cocktail gear, it's because I was stacking and unpacking the dishwasher, and so I knew where the stuff was because I'd been washing it. And the idea of not taking an active role in things is dumb. So I was just I don't know why, I just decided to open news headlines and seeing the headline, personal assistant arrested, after tech entrepreneur found dismembered in New York City. It's like, fucking hell.
Yeah.
All the
I fuck
headlines.
those motherfuckers up because they treat you less than human. Like, fuck that motherfucker. Like,
Yep.
my husband, bless his goddamn cotton socks. He feeds me, he pays my rent. But I would never treat him the way that tech entrepreneurs assistant.
Yeah. This story's been going for a couple of days. Like this guy who was literally found dismembered a couple of days ago. And they're saying, there was some security footage that showed someone dressed all in black waiting outside the elevator and jumped him as he got to his apartment door and whatnot. Now it turns out it's his personal assistant. Like, yeah, dude, don't fuck up your personal assistant. They'll snap one day and they will cut you up. And it's like, to get all the news is just COVID news. To break through the COVID news, it has to be something pretty fucked up, like dude getting attacked and dismembered by his personal assistant.
Safa, I don't get a free accountant. I have to work for it. There's that.
Speaking about the news, I saw
Yeah.
something today that just shit me to tears.
Yeah.
That spot in the New South Wales Central Coast where the houses are collapsing on the beachfront.
Yes.
Yeah.
And just like, how many times have we seen this on the news where these idiots with too much money build these houses on beachfronts and then get all upset because, oh, my house is getting washed away. You freaking idiots.
Yeah, why did you build there? Look around the world, the number of places, coastal places that are getting washed away. Don't build right on the coastline, man, because the coastline's getting washed away. I saw a really trippy video. It was from Norway or somewhere, where a really huge section of land had gotten undermined by the tide, and it wasn't like that one on the Central Coast. That's the literal coast. It was quite a bit in there, and you just saw all the land move, and it was like a dozen houses.
God.
They weren't right on the coast. They were 100 meters away from the coast, but all of the land just slid, and these houses dragged into the sea and smashed. And it was the most fucking weird video to see. Just these houses sliding down a hillside into the ocean and just breaking up in the ocean. And it was like, ooh, fucking hell.
Seriously, if anyone wants to marry my Dr. Norwegian
Wait,
best
that's your
friend.
Norwegian doctor best friend, yes.
Seriously, she's hot. She's a doctor, and she's from Norway.
Yeah, these are all good things.
Yes. Wow.
Yeah, marry my Dr. Norwegian best friend. I genuinely want her to come and live in Melbourne and be accessible to me.
That's completely reasonable. There you go.
Safa, you are up for it. All right. Look, you've got to pass me as because the last one who tried to marry her, I was like, no, fuck that guy. I don't want to see him at dinner.
Oh dear.
What's the shirt you're wearing, Yankee?
Yeah. She's cute and Norwegian and a doctor, and I want her to come and live with me.
Does she know you're pimping her?
Yeah, she does.
She does. No, okay, that's cool then. That's cool.
I'm like Anakin because that's her name. I've sold you off to like 6 different men, and she's like, stop that cussing, could you not? And I'm like, but it's a selfish thing. You need to allow her to come and live with me.
Yeah. There you go. John wants to move to Melbourne as well. He'll make it
Yeah,
work.
I'm okay with that. You can live in my building. There's 6 apartments available. Look, if I don't acknowledge you as a human, that's a thing. Can there be a better woman out? No.
There's no better woman.
Incredible. And I fucking love her. And bless her. Like, this girl flew for 30 hours to be at my wedding. And I am deeply committed to her happiness. So you're going to have to take me on if you make her any kind of unhappy. And I'm unafraid to, like, fuck shit up.
That's fair. That's absolutely fair.
Yeah, you have to be willing to live in my building so I can monitor.
There are rules. There are conditions. There is a contract you have to enter into. So it's like, this is
literally the most beautiful woman on the planet, and I'm her mum, and
that's so good.
Well, she's been proved to be lacking in judgment before.
All right, so she needs you to control that.
It's not me, it's husband.
Oh, husband's gonna vet things. Okay.
Husband is like, that motherfucker is no good for her. We love her. We want her to be here. We will fight for her right to party with us. The married couple who love her more than life. And yeah, if you're not good enough, we will fuck you up.
That's absolutely fair. It's absolutely fair. Oh, I'll tell you what, I reckon it's now approaching midnight. I'm going to go to bed. I didn't
Don't
intend.
be a baby, Angry.
I am a baby. I'm an absolute baby. Oh, Starfield. Oh, I don't know. Stella would volunteer, but is already committed to a sham marriage to get an American friend out of Gilead. Oh, that's fair. I have had many friends and whatnot who did marriages for functional reasons over the years.
We have a friend who we are absolutely certain would be an excellent candidate for a sham marriage. Still thinks that he can find love with some fucking dickhead who makes pizza for a living. But yeah.
Before you do go, Angry, I've got something to show you. I haven't taken photos of it yet, but okay. So last year, or at the very end of last year, my father-in-law passed away.
Yeah.
And he had this old carving knife, like as in like butcher's knife.
Yeah.
That he had for like 30 years, but the handle had all but basically rotted off this thing from years of being put through the dishwasher. So I completely ripped the handle off it and have rebuilt it from scratch.
Yeah.
And this is what it looks like at the moment.
Sure. Oh, nice.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's really sleek. I like the way you've done that.
Yeah. So it's not finished yet. Like I've got a lot of work to do on the blade itself yet, but yeah.
No, the handle looks great.
I'm really sorry for like spending all this time talking about my friend who I desperately want to be here.
No, I love it. That's great.
I just want to know that she is here and in my control. Motherfucker. Like this girl is a 14 out of 10. Like she is beautiful. And she's a 3.
It's like, does she have an OnlyFans I can subscribe to? What are we talking about here?
No, she doesn't. Because she's a pure human. And she's like, oh, I'm only a 5 in Norway. And we're like, bitch, you're a 12 in Australia. Like, and yes, I am into micromanagement because I want my baby to be here with me and husband. My favorite part of like the whole situation was husband was taking her and her friend to the beach. And they were like having a good time on Instagram. And several of my friends were like, are you unhappy about husband being like that? And I was like, if they hit on husband would say, send me a message being like, what do I do about that?
Sorry, what are you doing, Nettie?
I had to close things. There was echo and confusion.
That's all good.
Sorry.
Yes, my husband loves this girl as much as I do, and she deserves the right guy who can get us to have her full time in her life.
That's fair.
And the guy who's less than that will get fucked up.
So there is actually an echo. I don't know if you've got like YouTube playing back or something, Nettie.
Nettie, shut down your YouTube.
Wait. Hang on. Let me make sure. Oh, okay, let me close that. Oh, there's another thing open. Okay, is that better?
Okay. John wanted to join as well, so I put the link in Facebook. So that's all good. Sorry. Okay, I'm just trying to stay awake, so that's good. Like I made the joke about OnlyFans, but it's only because everyone seems to be doing an OnlyFans. We're in isolation. Like a couple of friends of mine have, and it's like, yeah, that would be wrong. Not doing that. Not doing that. Not even asking. So what do you actually do in your own? I'm not even asking. It's just like, cool. No, you're on social media saying you have an OnlyFans. That is cool. That's your thing. I'm just leaving that go.
I was very tempted to create one, and then just.
What's an OnlyFans?
It's whatever you want it to be.
Yeah.
It's whatever you want it to be, but it's often very graphic in a sexual way.
Oh.
It's a paid subscription service where you can post videos and photos and of basically anything you want. There's no real rules or anything on that.
Oh, because that never goes to hell.
Yeah,
okay.
a lot of graphic. A lot of them are not graphic, but a lot of them are. So it's kind of funny when I see a friend going, "No, OnlyFans." I go, part of me wants to say, "So is this like a really graphic OnlyFans, or no? That would just be wrong. I'm just not even asking." So it's like,
You know that guy on the guy on Pornhub that does all the really wholesome videos.
Wholesome Pornhub videos. He's hilarious.
I was very tempted to make one similar to that.
That seems a bit counterintuitive.
It is. No, this dude does these videos. I've never watched any. I've just seen them as like memes, the screenshots of the title, and it's like, I tuck you into bed and make sure you're feeling all right. I respect my stepsister's boundaries and don't have sex with her. And it's just all these things. And he actually, because he did a few as a joke, and he looks so nerdish because he's like wearing a sweater and whatnot. He just looks so thin. And it got so popular, like Pornhub actually promoted the fact and he's actually made ones with the actual porn stars of Pornhub, and just saying things like, with some famous thing like, I bring such and such breakfast in bed. And it's just like, they're always completely wholesome, like he's doing something really wholesome in them. It's hilarious.
Yes.
Okay. Where's a Mormon porn or something?
Oh, yeah. Oh, Stella's pointing out, yes, she saw a YouTuber saying they made a few thousand a month posting feet pictures. There is absolutely a really big feet.
Motherfuckers will pay more than you think for your feet.
Sorry, Kirsten?
People
so
want
much more than you think for your feet.
Yeah.
For your feet?
Photos of your feet. Videos of your feet.
I thought you were talking about
It's a
Mormon
sex.
porn.
Look,
There's-
Mormons are weird.
Yeah. There's a guy I knew from the early days of YouTube who was a very big chap, very generously proportioned chap. And this is me saying that. So compared to me, he was a big guy. And he posted a video which was hilarious in a Borat mankini. So this absolutely huge guy wearing a Borat mankini on an intersection in Brisbane, holding up a sign saying free hugs, and just getting the reaction. Like, he's a very funny guy. But he said, like, he was getting all these offers from dudes from around the world who said they would pay him money just to be allowed to come over and rub oil on his belly. And he ended up actually taking the offers. It was like, he said, I'm not having sex with any of these guys, but they literally want to pay money to rub oil onto my belly. So I'm like, yeah, okay, fucking cool, dude. Good on you.
Stella, I have definitely made men pay for pictures of my feet, and they're not pretty after wearing years of safety boots. Safety boots are the worst.
I will absolutely cop to men being pathetic. I don't know about you, Aussie Gun Bunny, but it's like
absolutely.
We can absolutely be whipped down with no effort whatsoever. What's Johnny doing?
Look, if they're gonna pay me, I will fucking take it.
Yeah.
And husband is totally okay with this.
I've got some sad news, Andrew.
Oh no.
What is it? I don't know if you've heard or not, but the Angry Kitty channel, the side channel for S&P Films.
Oh, Mean Kitty. Yeah.
Yeah, the Mean Kitty. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, because Sparta died. Yeah. Yeah. No, he was really broken up about that. Yeah.
Okay, you're not listening to the conversation then, are you?
No, John. I'm saying John was trying to connect. John tried to connect before, and John always has technical problems trying to connect, and I don't know what that is. Stella, you're worried your safety boots make your feet look bad with calluses. There's a market for it. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, 100%. Like, you should see my toes, and motherfucker.
Oh dear.
Sweetheart, the internet pays for whatever you want it to.
John, are you trying to connect on your mobile phone, or?
It should work. It should work from a mobile phone. It should work from a tablet. But John always has technical problems. John tried before and it didn't work. And he tried just now and it didn't work. I don't know why. Because it's supposed to work from a mobile. Well, I don't know what the problem is.
John, you want to know, can I fix old pocket knives? It depends on what type of knife it is and what sort of damage it has on it. Really?
You know what I thought of when you were telling me about that knife? I forget what it was, but it's like, there's a cooking channel on YouTube, and it's this chef with some high-end knife he's had for 20 years. And you go, oh, yeah, that's a cool-looking knife. But then he showed you a picture of it when he bought it, and it was like this huge fucking saber thing. And he sharpened it every day for 20 years, and he's gradually worn it down till it looks like a pocket knife. But when it was new, it was this huge fucking carving knife. But because it's his favorite, he's just kept it, even though it's just worn down and down and down.
My brother is a chef, and I fucking love that motherfucker. But yeah, like, his knife collection is something else.
Yeah. Chefs tend to really get into knives. They like knives. Chefs and serial killers love their knives.
And yes, but that's not a knife. This is a knife.
Yeah. Yeah. No, butchers are a special fucking breed, quite honestly. I've had friends who were butchers, and there's something different about butchers when it comes down to it. So Stella wants to know, if you have an OnlyFans for feet, could you claim pedicures as tax deduction? I say yes. I'm not an accountant.
I'm married to an accountant. I say yes.
Yeah, that seems like an acceptable thing, quite honestly. And I would also love to explain it to the Australian Tax Office. I would love to actually get someone from the ATO and say, no, this is legit. I make money selling pictures of my feet. And they're like, what now? I was
I've met a couple of guys who work for the ATO, and they're weird.
yeah.
So weird.
Yeah. The ATO is a weird gig. The ATO is definitely a weird gig. My accountant used to work for the ATO, and he's always telling me stories, and it's just like, yep, the ATO is clearly a weird gig. It's really, John, does your brother play Knifey Spoony, Kirsten? I actually got the opportunity to.
No, my brother. So I have a brother who works for the accounts department, and I have a brother who works for a company that blocks porn. So he's like, here's some really fucked up shit that I found this week, and he's like, stop that.
Stop sending that to me.
So yeah, two brothers, two sides of the coin.
Yeah, that's all pretty freaking weird right there. Yeah.
Unfortunately, one of my brothers is in the US, and I'm terrified for him and his children because I want to be like, wear your fucking mask and stop being a dick. And you can't be that girl. No.
The US is scary as hell. Every day I see a news story from the US and it's like, what the fuck? What the fuck is... I thought I knew how bad it was, but no, that's a new low. That is absolutely a new low. Ooh, wow. I was just speaking of masking, I was just looking. The world just passed 14 million cases, and the US is shooting right up towards 4 million, 140,000 deaths. It's just absolutely weird. Like, I was looking at the stats the other day, like Florida, which is looking like the next nightmare for the US. Florida has a smaller population than Australia, but has had over 40 times more deaths than we've had. And it's just like, dude, you guys are just fucked. You guys are just fucked.
So I went into lockdown before it was cool. So I went to a movie with a guy who had COVID.
Yeah.
And so I got put into 14-day lockdown. And genuinely, and this is in March, and when I had to send this email from the health department, it was like, you will not go fucking anywhere.
Yeah.
To my boss and the HR director, and I was like,
yeah.
So this is a thing. Hi.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, everyone at my work is taking COVID super serious and being super serious about it. And then we have an American division who are like, fuck that shit. I'm like,
yeah, that's not good. Yeah. My weekly newsletter from because I'm working with the government department at the moment. The weekly newsletter this week is the first, we've actually had 2 confirmed cases among staff, even though most people are working from home. Not everyone is. And we're like, oh, okay, probably only a matter of time till we heard that news. But, Safa wants all the Melburnians to stay in Melbourne. I have to admit, like, all the memes that are going around on the internet about everyone from Victoria being filthy and diseased, I love them. I just love them.
Yeah, 100%.
It's so funny.
Hate the Melburnians in Melbourne. And also, like, Safa, I'm 100% sending my cute Norwegian doctor to you.
Yeah.
My favorite meme.
She's beautiful. Like,
my favorite meme at the moment is the one of the Mexicans that are like, "Yes, let's build the wall. Let's build it right now."
Yes, it suddenly seems like a good idea. super good idea to have a war between America and Mexico all of a sudden, because America is just a fucking nightmare right now. But that's okay. Safa's parents don't live in a hot spot. Yeah, it's weird. Where I am is the safest part of the Melbourne metro area. The southeast is the lowest number of cases. Literally, the worst is the northwest. So the worst part is literally the opposite side to me. So it's not too bad. It's not too bad.
Seymour. That's the name of a town that I don't like that place. I really don't. No word of a lie. I very nearly died in Seymour. I very nearly got beaten to death in Seymour when I was in the army. Yeah, I don't know if I've told you that story before, Andrew.
That doesn't sound familiar. You've been beaten. No.
Okay, so I had been posted to the School of Artillery at Puckapunyal after failing my catering course.
Yeah.
And I was invited to go out to town to go drinking. And one of the things that the RSM first told us when we got there was, if you are invited to a party in town, do not go. You can go to the pubs, but as soon as you finish drinking, you come back to base. You don't go around to the private parties in Seymour. And we were like, okay, righto, not a problem. Yeah. Well, I got invited to this party by one of my mates from the same training group as me. So I'm like, okay, well, obviously he knows these people, so it must be safe. Anyway, we go to this party and we're up on the hills. I don't know if you guys know Seymour, but there's like a big hill up behind it. Well, we were up on top of the hill drinking, and things were fine. I was chatting away with everyone, and this guy said to me, look, you seem really nice, so I'm going to let you know that there's a guy coming that wants to kill your mate, so you better get your shit and get out of here. And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? He said, yeah, that mate of yours has been screwing his missus. You need to go because he's going to kill him. At that point, I got up to run, and the guy came over the top of the hill and proceeded to grab both of us and beat the living shit out of me. And yeah, I ended up in hospital for a week afterwards. It wasn't good. It wasn't good. I was severely intoxicated at the time. I vaguely remember 5 blokes on top of me pinning me down.
Damn.
And then this guy basically straddling my chest and proceeding to pummel the shit out of my face. Until his girlfriend ran over and said, no, don't kill him. You'll go back to prison again. So yeah, that was kind of the moment where I was like, I'm going to die here.
Oh, jeez.
Fuck!
Anyway, so his missus basically grabbed him and dragged him off me. And then his mates kind of got up and walked off and to find out what the hell was going on, and that I took that opportunity to run the fuck away.
Damn.
And as I was running down one of the streets, the police arrived and basically looked at me and went, off you go, you go back to base.
Shit.
And so I proceeded to then walk from Seymour to Puckapunyal, and I don't know how far that is off the top of my head. I'd have to look it up. But I got about halfway back before a taxi driver finally pulled over and went, holy shit, mate, get in. I'll take you back to base.
Jeez.
And took me straight to the hospital on base, and yeah, so I got into a lot of shit for that. The RSM basically came into the hospital and looked at me and said, what the fuck did I tell you on the first day you got here? Now we're going to have to go deal with this shit.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, it wasn't good. It wasn't
good. That's particularly unpleasant.
Yeah. I've still got a lump above my eye. I'm pretty sure my skull got fractured.
Oh shit!
I can't breathe through my nose properly. from where they broke it. Yeah,
Oof.
it wasn't fun. I'm pretty sure they just cut out my jaw because every now and then I can
You
feel
can hear it
popping
clear.
out and- yeah.
Damn. Oh, dude. That's one thing in life. I've been in fights. I've been jumped by people, but I've never been like fucking savaged like that.
Yeah, yeah. I
Are
would
you
have liked
trying
to.
to?
So did
Yeah.
we go back to jail?
Are you trying
I-
to share a screen, Kirsten?
Yes,
Kirsten-
I am. Because
Kirsten's
I
trying to-
want my girl to get a decent husband.
God damn.
That's a tiny picture, though. I can't see her.
You have to zoom in on that booty.
Well, that's an athletic.
No. She
Oh, wow.
most beautiful.
She's very pretty.
She's very pretty. She thinks she's like a 2, and she's not. She's like a 17.
Well, let her know she's got a couple volunteers. So that's a. Okay, look, it's after midnight. I'm definitely going to bed now, and wussing out in a big way. But I'm going to bed. So, night,
Bye-bye.
everyone. Thank you so
Bye.
much for joining.
Night. Night, guys.
Have an awesome time. See you later.
See ya.
Bye.
Nighty night.
Bye.